Samoa! And welcome. Okay, my gain is too high for that intro today. And welcome back to Doctor Who Season 2, Episode 8. I literally just went over in my head. The Reality War, as I adjust my gain yet again. Where, if you, for some godforsaken reason, have not seen this episode, but are watching the stream for me anyway, you're just gonna want to, like, go away and just rewatch this as a video. I just feel courtesy, I'm gonna point out. So, like, you should go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here's the real thumbnail for the episode, and you can tell I sized it differently. Well done on Alex getting that regeneration art in like 5 minutes or something after finishing the episode. You can talk now. You're here.
Okay. It took like 10 minutes because I had to open up the files and then open up the old file to see how I did the regen.
If that's not enough, you suddenly didn't heed the first warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the episode. There you go. Now it's all on you. It's all on you.
What'd you say when you first saw her?
Probably like, holy shit, that's Billy Piper.
No, I know what I said.
Billy effing Piper.
The Doctor's a white woman again!
No, you're exactly.
Wait, Caden, do you?
Billy fucking Piper?
Well, first off, we're not allowed to say those words on the stream. We're all as inappropriate as Doctor Who. But Caden, did you not recognize Rose? Sorry,
well,
I had a different start. But
I was very excited. The Doctor Who's a white woman again! And then I went, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I know this white woman.
Right, well, I actually didn't want to open with Rose right away. Because as I get up on my phone, I know all the things to talk about, this is what we're opening with. This monitor. The Reddit rankings for Interstellar Song Contest have come in. I tried to check before stream, and that's the last one up. Oh, well, Alex just saw it. But,
I didn't see it.
Cool. Just for the record, for these other two, I'll keep an eye out when Caden and I do our watch-alongs. I'll just, like, fill you in, because it's kind of interesting. We'll probably go over them whenever the next episode is. But, Caden, do you want to place a guess what the fans thought of the Interstellar Song Contest before we get into the new episode?
7.
No, but keep going.
Point.
Bless you.
Yep. Alex?
4 low. 7 point low.
7 point low? It's not a 7.
8 point low.
Yes. 8 point...
High.
0.
Oh.
Which caught me by surprise.
Low 8.
I then realized that we all gave it like at least an 8, and I was actually the highest one. But you could probably hear the dogs.
I would have liked it better if it was in a musical.
Then I remembered.
But I just like musicals.
The Doctor tortured a dude, and the fandom really likes the Doctor being dark, generally. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. However, it had a standard deviation of 2.1, which is in the 82nd percentile. It was an incredibly divisive episode for Doctor Who, which is worth pointing out. Anyway... Caden, last week, we entered the Reality War, where, of course, we both had expectations going in. Mine were that it would... the Wish World. It would be a Russell T Davies finale, going with no hope. Yep. Whoops. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, I went in with no hope. Mm-hmm. You were betrayed by your hope and Russell T Davies.
I was.
And, just like... Yeah, you know, had the worst episode of Doctor Who you've ever seen, which is probably not what that was. Might I remind you, you've seen the Lazarus Experiment. But you stuck to your guns. You said you have hope Russell T Davies could deliver. So I would like to ask you, Caden, have you finally learned your lesson? Or what are your thoughts just opening in for this episode?
I don't even know. It was... I'm feeling a lot of things. There's a lot of unpacking between me and Russell's relationship that needs to happen.
I think that's the whole fandom right now.
Do we need to put you in couples therapy?
This was nowhere near as bad as last episode, though. I'll say that.
Interesting.
Not at all. Yeah.
I don't know. Russell, I don't know what I'm going to give this. I'm not even sure if it was bad or not. I think when Russell T. Davies fails, he fails in ways that, like, don't really get below a 7 out of 10. So it's really hard to do it. But I want to talk with you because we broke our rule. We talked a little bit last episode, and I got your permission to do this. I want to read. I messaged you on Discord immediately after finishing this episode. Oh my gosh, how do I get the stream
I had a long
to go
spiel with
away?
the person I was watching with saying I really want to text right now and get opinions, and I was so happy when you opened that door.
We're gonna talk about your experience watching this episode, which was hilarious.
Yeah.
But so like immediately after, I just sent like 8 p.m. I was like, "You seen it yet?" You ready to read the transcript?
Almost 12.
We were gonna read the transcript. Yeah, it was midnight.
Yeah. Am I playing me?
Yeah, presumably.
Oh, I thought. Oh, got it.
That was
Finished it maybe 10 minutes ago. My head hurts.
Somehow, neither Reddit is talking about how the Doctor Who is apparently Billy Piper now, and my head also kind of hurts, but maybe in a good way.
Billy effing Piper. I would like to
look,
chat.
there is a. We're live, Caden. You know, we gotta.
They just had to. No, I didn't say it.
I like to address it as an aside. I can see it. It could work. Just as an aside, you know, this isn't an insult to Billy Piper. But go on.
I said even I went to the Reddit looking for discussion.
I'm italicized.
I'm not sure there is discussion, but that's hilarious. Also, this meant to go before. I think the whole fandom is just processing, but also processing what it is they're processing. We'll go over the Reddit, the state of the fandom. You're probably in it for the long haul on this stream.
To which I said, I took your job as I watched this one with my girlfriend who knows nothing about anything happening. So I sounded like an insane person the entire time, and especially right at the end. This one will get a rewatch in the morning.
I've got 3 pages of notes. Dad came over and I joked about that. We are going to need her take, and we're going to hear all about this. This is probably what we're going to talk about right away. I also wonder if we need to get together for a watch-along pre-stream just for notes. But we'd probably talk too much. We didn't get together.
Because I said, I certainly cannot contain myself on this one.
And at least Alex got the regeneration thumbnail. I've just remembered Matt Smith's live chess scene is in this episode. Because everything was in this episode. And then that sounds like Alex is joining us. Caden.
Yes.
What on God's green earth possessed you to watch the finale to this season with someone? So they had no idea what's going on. What was their knowledge base going into this?
Well, they are there for streams and are here now. Hi.
So they've at least been following on a bit.
So sort of, yeah. But they also use this as like drawing time. So I'm not sure how much they pay attention to.
I thought like they'd never seen Doctor Who.
Well, they've never seen an episode.
Yeah. Okay.
As far as I know.
So they get secondhand information.
They don't even know what we're talking about when we're talking about it because they haven't seen the episode.
You guys are just
like
white
I said,
noise to them.
They love our beautiful, charming personalities. That's what the stream is really about.
Of course. Okay.
And so I think their experience throughout watching the episode was laughing at me.
Are you trying to like explain Omega or like what?
Yes.
Okay, what are you going through? Trying to explain, because they haven't seen part 1 either, which is the hilarious part.
Well, so they were also here for that stream, and so we walked through it, and I was like, what do you remember from our talk-alongs?
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, and they had a pretty good memory of what went down in the first episode. Mm-hmm. And then, but, they didn't watch it, and now they got to watch the second part.
Mom happened to text me just near the end of this episode. And so I was like, to get together. And so I was still in like a weird mental state. And I was like, oh yeah, do you want to do this thing? We can see that date. Also, the woman who played Rose in Doctor Who is apparently the Doctor now. And then like casual response to the scheduling. Also, wow, Rose is the new Doctor? Literally finished the episode and saw the text. We'll coordinate times later. So... Yeah. Mom's excited about
I will say I had the same reaction to it being Rose as I did to Tasha's actress coming back in Star Trek.
Spoilers.
I was just like, because I kind of recognized her, but I didn't know where from, and I was just like, I almost asked Nathan, should I know who this is? Because Nathan goes, is that Billy effing Piper?
I was like, because you wouldn't know who Billy Piper is.
Yeah, if you said Rose, I would know who it was.
No, because I did. I said Rose Tyler. And I was like, from season 1, you don't remember Rose? And then
if you had just said Rose, I would have recognized her. But you said Rose Tyler, and I never knew Rose's last name. I just knew her as Rose.
We're kind of jumping to the end. Do we just want to talk about Rose Tyler?
We don't have to. I'm just...
No, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
I will say,
we've got a lot to go over.
To the credit of my amazing girlfriend, as we watched the episode and having not known anything about Doctor Who, the conversations we engaged in were high level, filthy casual. Like it was good. It was bordering on novice.
Oh, good. We need to know. I'm very excited for what the hell IMDb thought of all this.
Yeah, I wanted to look so bad.
7.6 was Wish World. Which, of course, we're going to double-check what Wish World is. Yeah. Also, no Space Baby Can. And I don't know what you wanted, but it probably was not this. Like, Omega eating the Ronnie was not on my bingo card.
I did love that. That's on the top of my good list.
Well, I thought you would, because he likes Miss Flood. And he was disappointed.
I mean, I like Miss Flood, too. I like her better than the other actress who was playing the Ronnie.
Interesting.
I just thought Miss Flood had a chance to be a more interesting character.
Right, yeah.
Let's talk about Billy Piper, though. Let's start at the end, I guess. I put the thumbnail on. So first off, let's work under the assumption that Billy Piper is the 16th Doctor. This is going to be like a 5-hour stream. Let's work under the assumption Billy Piper is the 16th Doctor. So there's a few things that the fandom has been talking about for ages. We have, by gosh, always wanted a surprise regeneration where we don't know who the Doctor's going to be.
I never wanted a surprise regeneration. I want to know beforehand if I have to remake a thumbnail.
And this was apparently leaked about a week ago. It wasn't leaked. I didn't know. I'll say that. I was still on like 50-50 odds if Shooty Gadwall was going to regenerate or not. Because they didn't say Billy Piper, but they gave enough information that you could narrow it down to Billy Piper. But I guess at least you had to put the legwork in. So no, this was a surprise to me. I knew about the reshoots, and there's a bunch of production reasons why Shooty Gadwall might have regenerated. It really was, like, probably a 50-50. But another thing that's come up, less desired, but it comes up a lot, is a former companion coming back to play the Doctor. Usually it's Jenna Coleman, the woman who played Clara, from people who I presume really like Clara and don't really understand the whole point is that Clara basically became the Doctor, and there's no point to have her back as the Doctor. It'd be too related to Clara. Alex is trying to sneak off. But when I saw Rose, I was like, you know what? Maybe. I think I can see it. It's hard to imagine what Billy Piper's Doctor would be without imagining Rose, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But, this is one of the... Because I was like, I listened to a lot of them on Big Finish. They all sound like they do. By and large, they all look like they used to, just older. You know, it's quite clearly the companion. I mean, that's quite clearly Rose, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm like, you know what? I think I could see it. I think it might not work. It might go horribly wrong. Yeah. But you know what? I could see it. I think I could see it. I get it.
I mean... When I first saw it, I was aghast, taken aback immediately, confused. And then when it settled, I was like, this is the worst thing in the world.
No, go on. Because I'm in a
hold on. Let me land here.
Yeah.
Because I was like, that's literally... They've had some reusing of characters. Like, most recently in our watch-alongs, Martha. But that's taking...
I'll also point out the 12th, the 10th, the 6th, and the 14th Doctors. Yes, 14's kind of cheating, but go on. Nothing like this. Nothing like this.
Yeah. It's Rose. It's like that's such a main, and now we're gonna take that into a main character, and that was my first thought. And then I was laying in bed, and I was like, I started thinking about Billy Piper more than Rose, and I was like, oh well, yeah, I think I could see that.
I have to think of how she was at Rose, because I think Rose, the character of Rose, does demand a lot that the Doctor would, like, especially later on, you know? So, like, I think as an actor, she has the ability to do the Doctor. It's whether or not I can get past the fact it's Rose. I mean, I've talked about sometimes, like, I struggle with the fact that the 11th Doctor just looks like Matt Smith. And he is the Doctor. Like, you know, it's not that he looks like another character. That's that he looks like Matt Smith.
Yeah.
That being said, right, I alluded before, there was, like, no discussion on the Reddits. I have a lot of theories as to why. Even, like, specifically for this episode, it took a lot of comments before someone mentioned this, which is baffling, or even the regeneration in general. I think largely it's that the fandom is in a bit of a weird place, that there are no currently commissioned episodes of Doctor Who. Russell T Davies wrote season 3 and, like, half of season 4 before knowing Ncuti Gatwa would leave. Like, they're, you know, the plans are out the window. I'm sure he might have some idea of what he's going to want to do with this or where he could take it. But, you know, nothing's in stone, so we can't really theorize. But what was my initial point? Because there's a lot of things I want to talk about Billie Piper. On the Reddit, I'll go into a lot of people are pointing out the credits are Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor. There you go. Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor. Jodie Whittaker is the Doctor. And introducing Billie Piper. Not even as the Doctor, though. And even the 14th Doctor was and introducing David Tennant as the Doctor, which was the funniest joke of that entire season. But there's some news articles, you know, of course, the press of, like, Ncuti left, Billie Piper is now evidently the Doctor. And they are very, very carefully avoiding calling Billie Piper the Doctor, or, like, naming the character. I think even the BBC announcer said that Billie Piper, the Doctor has appeared to regenerate into Billie Piper or something like that. But there's even a specific quote from, I believe, Russell. A lot of fans seem to be misquoting this. I'm on an article for the BBC, bbc.com/news/articles, that Billie Piper talks about coming back one last time, whereas the actual quotes seem to be one more time. One last time, implying that she's in, like, an episode. But Davies has the screen.
Yeah, you were not getting that regen shot out of me.
So I know it's Piper. Billie Piper. It's no secret how much I love this show, and I have always said I would return to the Whoniverse, as I have had some of my best memories there. So to be given the opportunity to step back onto the TARDIS one more time was just something I couldn't refuse. But who, how, why, and when you'll just have to wait and see. So I think, like, it's weird to mention who. It almost implies there's something weird going on. I mean, the Doctor did just break reality. Hello, the 11th Doctor in chat. It's lovely to see you playing live chess again. But yeah, I even wonder if we're not done with Ncuti Gatwa, which is kind of starting to bleed into 15 as a Doctor. But likely the reason he left. We know there were reshoots, I want to say about maybe 4 or 5 months ago. In terms of production, very soon from this episode coming out. The season starting. Presumably because Ncuti Gatwa decided to leave. He's made comments about being in season 3 ages ago. But basically, since there is no season 3 currently commissioned, he'd have to generically be available at some point, probably in the next 1 to 2 years. He couldn't take a new show. He possibly couldn't take movies. Like, he'd basically have to put his career on hold. Assuming that's the reason, he absolutely made the right choice. And, like, you can't really fault him for that. But I want what doing this gives us is, let's say we're almost certainly not getting a Christmas special this year. Although, come to think of it, now that Ncuti Gatwa is not going to be in it, I don't know what Billy Piper's availability is. Maybe we could. But next year, Christmas is like absolutely on the table, right? I feel like we could sort out, we'll get Disney sorted, we'll get, the BBC is going to purchase this one way or another. You could get the plot details in. You'll know when you're filming season 3 and 4. And then maybe Billy Piper stays as 16. But also what you could do is go back to Ncuti Gatwa and say, hey, May to June 2026. That's the filming. You'll get 2 more seasons. Can you commit to that? And then you could have a Christmas special that deals with something here about Rose's face coming back or something weird like that. Or just have a tiny 16, and then we go back to the 15th Doctor.
Would he still be the 15th Doctor, or would he be considered the 17th, similar to how David Tennant's both... Is he 10 or 9?
He's 10, but
10 and 14.
It depends how you explain what's just happened. But I'm also... I think that's absolutely a possibility, don't get me wrong. But I kind of feel like it's also the fact 15 he doesn't feel like he's done his time, He's had a little bit more than Eccleston, even if you throw away the 3 episodes people usually call Dr. Light and combine the 2 specials. But this is kind of you could almost call it the casual take, but he's never faced a Dalek. There were technically Daleks in this episode, but that was the 3rd Doctor. He's kind of not done a lot of things a Doctor usually does. A lot of people don't think they really have a feel for him. And so, and of course, the fact that it was a surprise regeneration, maybe that's a big part of it, is Ncuti Gatwa has been the Doctor for 18 months, but it feels like so much longer because, of course, he was announced probably like a year in advance. Or, I've known he's been coming for ages. Like, before we had a 14th Doctor, we've known about Ncuti Gatwa. That's how long it's been. And so it just doesn't feel right that we're done. And, of course, it wasn't the original plan. Unlike Eccleston, whose season very naturally concluded an arc, so it was quite easy to slot a regeneration in there. This one feels much more like tacked on and less integrated. It's not even really clear, I guess, why he regenerated. I wonder if it's just that as well.
I think I sort of understood upon my second rewatch why he regenerated more.
I understand why he regenerated in the context of the episode, but narratively there's not much point. But also, we have had plenty of times where he's spent regeneration energy and not regenerated. You could arguably say Lux this season. But this is actually part of my notes. But 10 did it, 11 did it many times, Capaldi did it. Stephen Moffat really liked doing it. So I'm like, why... It's interesting. It's a broader topic, but there's just something that to me that kind of feels off. I told Alex, I think 20 years from now, we're looking back, how is Ncuti Gatwa remembered? And I think what I put is I feel the right word to say would be cult, like a cult classic Doctor, or maybe more elaboratively, he'd be like the 8th Doctor, who's got the TV movie, and for ages, that's all the sort of quote-unquote official stuff he had, and even then, it's a minority who read the books, or, Big Finish is more popular, but the movie's like the main thing for ages. And, but in that EU, he's fantastic, and he's often cited as one of his people's favorite. And, if Ncuti Gatwa goes down the path and we get some Big Finish, we get stuff like that, we get like we have for all those classics. We get 15 years of Big Finish. I could easily see him being one that's commonly cited as a classic because extended media gave him that time to develop. But as it is, I mentioned before, I finally felt I knew who Gatwa was in, what was it, the one before Song Contest, I think. Like I got it.
Yeah.
But then Song Contest, I feel muddled that a bit, but because I felt I had a sense of the character, it felt more like an out-of-character episode in some senses. But now I'm like, I don't know if I could really put him on the list and feel good about it.
Yeah.
When I did my Doctor ranking, the 5th Doctor is the lowest ranking of all the numbered Doctors. Not because I think he's the worst, but because I kind of need like a starting point, and he's just sort of vanilla. Actually, no, wait, I think he's above 1. But, it's like sort of the generic, and I feel I'd have to rank Shooty along the same vibes. Is he's not bad, there's just so much that's not there. I can't compare his deeper character because there never was one. Mm-hmm. And any deeper character I got a sense of, I know is, the things that happen to be written similarly.
Yeah.
Alex, we've transitioned a bit into, you want to talk about any of your thoughts with 15? Because let's just assume he's done. We're assuming 15's done. Billy Piper's the 16th Doctor, because the episodes don't exist yet to contradict. They haven't even been purchased.
If this is the end of 15, then I like that he kind of had in his run an overview of family, because there was always some familial aspects to him throughout his seasons. However, I don't think it was done well.
Mm-hmm. And I think Shooty Gadwa's great. I mean, just looking at this picture now.
Yeah, it's not the fault of the actor.
That's the Doctor, like, in every way. Look at this picture. Brilliant. I think he needed more. I don't even think he needed better writing. That's like the easy, better writing so many things. I think he just needed a deeper character that had been, like, defined and executed. If it wasn't a deeper character, that's the problem. If there was, I feel like it hasn't come through for whatever reason in production, and it's just every episode's kind of different. I'd love him to get Big Finish. He's a bit up and coming. I feel like he'd only do it if he wanted to, kind of like Tennant, or in like 40 years when he's retiring. But hey, that's a big assumption that Big Finish is going to be around in 40 years. I like him.
I like him as the Doctor. It's
me
just
too.
his seasons weren't the strongest, but I don't think that's the fault of the actor.
No, no one is. Yeah, I mean, Shooty Gadwa's like universally beloved. Even if the 15th Doctor is not necessarily, though, honestly, I think he is like 15, at least amongst the fans. But I don't know. It's so hard to, as a reviewer, to talk about Doctor Who, because a lot of this, people are making the assumption, I think they're very harsh on this regeneration into Billy Piper, that it's some form of stunt casting. It's to get people back on board because the soft reboot didn't really work, or that they need to be like, Disney, look, see, people are talking about it, but it's like we're kind of not, because so many weird stuff have happened at this point where, like, this is another mystery that's been set up.
Really, if they wanted to do stunt casting like that, they would have had the Doctor regenerate into Mrs. Flood and opened a whole new box of worms we don't want to open.
I don't know. It's so hard to judge. I don't know her actress. You do really like Miss Flood and see the potential. We never got to write her like that. And so I just don't see it. Like, I'm not saying Miss Flood couldn't play Irani, but I just don't. I've not been presented something that would show that she could play Irani.
She reminds me of an evil Mary Poppins, and I think that's why I like her, is I'm just like, she reminds me of Mary Poppins. I like Mary Poppins, but this Mary Poppins is evil.
You're gonna love Missy. We'll get to Missy in a few
I don't think
decades.
to be the Doctor, but that'd be like My Baby Can. Like, that would happen, and
Space
I'd laugh.
Baby Can.
Like,
oh, I wondered if part of me wondered if we'd get Jodie. It was like, but I still wasn't sure we'd get her. I didn't think we'd see 16. Because, like, even now, the same things we said about Ncuti Gatwa, having to, like, basically put his career on hold, Billie Piper also has to do that. I don't think she's as, like, in demand or active. I know she's doing work for Big Finish, stuff like that. But Billie Piper now couldn't do another show because they might need her in, like, 6 months, but they might need her in 13 months. Like, no one knows.
But maybe
this it's not going to be, but this might also be the last ever shot of Doctor Who. You know, it's like, it's a weird, and just imagine the, like, new books that now have to write a 16th Doctor who's Billie Piper. I can scarcely imagine what you'd do. But, sorry. You were going to say something?
I lost my train of thought. What were we just talking about?
That's a good question.
Could be the last shot.
Could be the last shot. If this is the last shot, which I don't think it will be, I think that we're going to see a lot of fan art of Billie Piper making out with Billie Piper.
That's what I said.
The Doctor making out. No, that's what I said. With, like, Rose making out with herself as the Doctor.
I don't know. I've seen... Go on.
I keep thinking that isn't in Doctor Who canonically David Tennant out there and alive right now?
Yes. And
I can't imagine
even more questions.
I can't imagine Russell T Davies resisting the urge.
You'd need to get Tennant back. Maybe Billie Piper's enough, but Tennant's been clear. He's like, he's not gonna come back to Doctor Who for a while, at least, if he does.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep. Cheesy. I think Billie will be great as long as they don't dwell on, oh my god, it's Rose's face. Just focus on her being her own doctor. Mention Rose once and move on. That's what 12 was. So Peter Capaldi, 12th Doctor, played a prominent side character in Fires of Pompeii. An episode that has a lot of people. It has Amy. It has the 12th Doctor, who will go on to be. But that is plot relevant. Like, they work that into the narrative. It's briefly mentioned as regeneration, I think. That's like, it's been a while since I've seen Deep Breath, but it's mentioned, like, hey, I'm a recast. But, like, he's also just his own doctor. If Billie Piper is in, like, a few episodes or even one, you know, you're not going to have too much time for that.
I think the best way to address it would have her look in the mirror and be like, oh, I look like, not mention the character name.
Billie Piper, former pop star turned actress.
No, just be like, oh, I look like, and then a beat of silence, because I don't remember how Rose's arc ended, but I know it's like, ended like, I don't think she survived.
She's alive. And that's all I'll go into. Because it's a bit complicated.
Oh, I look like a beat to show how the Doctor feels about that, and then moves on.
I think the Doctor knows, because they already looked around. I mean, that's the point. If this isn't the Doctor, if there's some weird stuff going on, Billie Piper kind of looks around, like flash, 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 and there's sort of a moment of realization, then that wouldn't go anywhere if this isn't the Doctor. But that being said, neither did Miss Flood not recognizing a TARDIS till she saw it disappearing. Yeah, I remember to take that note. So, but like, I don't think Russell T Davies knows. This had to have happened so close. Some people say from the CGI, it seems pretty unclear Billie Piper was superimposed on this shot. This could have been filmed 2 weeks ago, for all we know. You know? Cheesy, yes. That's the spoiler I didn't want to... That's how Rose's story looks. Don't look. Don't look. That's how Rose's story ends. But yes, Cheesy, that's this current state of Rose. But, yeah, I mean, at least we got the 16th Doctor in Big Finish already. They're already working with them. How long do you think till we get the 16 and Rose episode? That's the real question.
Where she's just talking to herself.
They've done stuff like that. There's episodes I know where... It happens. It happens. But yeah, no, I agree. I could see really liking the 16th Doctor, Billie Piper, if that's the route they chose to go. But I don't think they know.
Yeah.
I don't think they know.
I hope that they use this chance to bring back Susan.
Oh, she's season 3. So we have some hints about what the original ending was, right? Which probably happened, surprise, surprise, about 45 minutes in. Where, hey, look, we're actually going to talk about the episode. Around about here is probably the original ending. So there was a scene in this episode that was like a party. The Doctor and Belinda was there. A lot of the unit cast was there.
Probably a celebration ceremony.
Yeah, probably they saved the day. There's speculation that the whole, like, it's now May the 24th was part of that, because the Doctor has no reason to come back to unit here. This is why I think the rewrites, at least partially, started here. If everything after that is a rewrite, that means they last minute got Jodie Whittaker to come back, because this scene references the fact he's going to regenerate. I'm not even sure. But also, I did think Jodie Whittaker was heavily pregnant when they were filming this. So maybe that is a reshoot. Shoot, I don't know, because she doesn't look pregnant.
I think everything from that's like her bust up could have been a reshoot, because it looks like they were filming around a heavily pregnant person's belly. Because otherwise they would have done it from a far away shot.
No, we see her far away in some of these.
No, I think some of this was originally in.
No, she was pregnant when she left. So the original episode.
Oh, so she might have had her baby by the time they reshot.
I could just have my timelines wrong. Don't get me wrong, but that might help us figure out if this was a reshoot. Also, it looks like she does still have her earring. Maybe. I wanted to clock that. I have her earring, but I noted in this shot it was a different earring. I just thought it'd be funny if I own her earring, but she does not. God, what was the... Oh, yeah, in that party, there's, like, promotional art from Disney with the party. Like, that was a scene in there. It was probably the ending, because it's not in the episode. We also know a man who was going to be Belinda's father, presumably the father. It was like someone Chandra was cast and just isn't in the episode, this season. But in the party scene, Susan was going to be looking from afar, like overviewing things. So presumably that was the tease into season 3, which of course Russell T Davies was planning to be next year. He talked a lot about Doctor Who every year, no more breaks. So people complain, like, Russell, happened for the Brigadier, happened for Bernard Cribbins. Susan is an 84-year-old woman.
She doesn't look 84. She aged really well.
I believe I've got that age right. I mean, she was like 20 in 1963. 20s. I think she was late 20s, in her 20s in 63. So yeah, 80 something.
And you don't have me to fact check you off in chat.
We presumably would have started filming season 3 already. So like that's not as much of a concern. I also don't really know how I feel about, like, we can't use Susan. She's 84. She might be dead. I don't know. Like, I recognize there's a reality, but also she's, like, doing well. She's not... She's doing great. So, yeah, I hope we get that. Season 3 realistically should start within the next few months filming. If Disney doesn't commit, I think the BBC will just do it. I think there's a very real world where Disney pulls out. Hopefully we still get Doctor Who in some way that is not BBC America's more ads than show. But I don't think the BBC can pull their feet for much longer, because they're going to want a season in 2027. Because the war between Land and the Sea is going to be next year. I think that's going to be the filler. So I think we just have... I mean, they did the 60th specials before Disney agreed, so they might do something similar. Who knows? Who knows?
Do you think now they're going to edit that William Hartnell documentary to have Billy Piper instead of Ncuti Gatwa?
God, what's it called? An Adventure in Space and Time. They re-edited the 15th Doctor in for the Disney Plus. It's a great documentary. You should go watch it. But yeah, they filmed a scene specifically so they could get the new Doctor in to fill it every time. God, that'll be wild. Yeah, it's it's interesting. I think it's just so hard to speculate because the show doesn't really exist at the moment, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are no new episodes to speculate on. They cannot exist. But it's been interesting reading some of the production stuff. I've been reading old Russell T Davies interviews where apparently he didn't want a season with gods for, like, his original run, and he thinks Tooth and Claw is one of his best scripts. You remember Tooth and Claw, right?
I do. I liked Tooth and Claw, but best script is...
it's not. I don't think it's bad. I'm more
It's not
friendly on
bad.
Tooth and Claw than others, but like really,
But
it is a bit weird.
The Dalek says, "We are the Daleks."
This is a star-studded chat. We've got the 11th Daleks, right? Where were you? You missed a doctor. You haven't missed a doctor since. Actually, no, you haven't missed a doctor.
Technically,
I don't
they
know,
were in
did you-
this episode.
Did you see the behind the scenes for this episode?
No, not yet. Have you?
I didn't, but I clicked through it. But one of those doctors, how they shot that shot, they did make a new little Dalek.
What? Oh, like they had a new Dalek prop. Oh, they built a
Yeah.
classic Dalek. Oh, I guess they had.
So
They had some already.
I give them a
from
point for that.
12. To be honest,
Doctor,
I was
Doctor, where?
right there. He's look. You can get him. He's not looking. He's not looking. Daleks. Jeezy. To be honest, I was convinced that Susan build up to the reveals that she is a Time Lord, biologically the Doctor's granddaughter, and ends in her regenerating.
I could have seen
That was a theory I had, is that the reshoot was Susan regenerates. But
What if Susan had regenerated into Billy Piper?
I don't even know. But that look, the Doctor's granddaughter should not regenerate into someone the Doctor had romantic interests in. As it is, the whole concept of regenerating into someone else's body, I've never been super comfortable with, and I'd kind of like to brush aside that fact.
Not gonna lie, there was a hot minute where I thought Poppy was gonna regenerate into like a baby Susan, and the doctor was gonna be like, "Oh no," and sent her off with a note saying, "This is your granddaughter," to his first generation.
Oh yeah, it's one of my notes, but can we recall that the Time Lords are now canonically sterile? Somehow we didn't invent looms in that process, but the people who care know. I was like, looms? We're kidding, looms? But this is the same season that was filmed alongside I Haven't Had Kids Yet, but I'm going to, from last season.
I did have the episode I thought that this was clearly going to be, and the episode
Okay.
it became were very different.
Yeah, the episode.
Cheesy. Obviously, Susan.
Tom
Jenner
Holland?
or The Rock.
I am down for Tom Holland being the Billy Piper's granddaughter. I am 100% down.
We shall destroy the Doctor.
I could actually see Tom Holland as Susan. I would
Yeah,
I'd like that.
I think so. I could see that.
I could see in like 10 to 20 years, I wonder if Tom Holland's going to be a doctor. If he
I can
wanted
see
to,
that.
he could definitely get it.
I want Ron Weasley's original actor because they
I'm
recently
down
have
too.
an HBO series where they're going through the Harry Potter story again. But so that's why I say
No.
original actor.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want John Weasley's original actor so the Doctor
I
can be
like
Ginger.
how you said John Weasley. But actually, for
Ron
years,
Weasley.
Rupert Grint has actually been saying, like, I'd like to be the Doctor. And I'm like, you know what? Let's
Just
give him a go.
because He is the Doctor.
We shall destroy the Doctor just because he's the Doctor. Thank you, the Daleks. Is that what happened to the 11th Doctor? Because he's left and now you're here. The Daleks in chat.
Genuinely my biggest disappointment. The
I
Doctor
know.
isn't Ginger yet.
I mean, we've kind of started getting into the episode a bit. High thoughts. It was a Russell T Davies finale. It was messy. There was contradictions.
It felt rushed at some points.
Well, okay. 38 minutes. I think that's what I have in my notes. Before that. There you go. 35 minutes. That is right there. 35 minutes. That's when we defeat Omega. And there's 33 minutes left in this episode. And now, to be fair, 15 of those are probably reshoots, you know? Because you got to do the regeneration and everything. But that's still like, I don't know, 10. Okay, let me pull out my notes for the first time. My mouse broke.
You just blinded me.
Sorry. Pacing, right? This episode, it has a little bit of intro, and then is 15 minutes of essentially getting the band back together. Here's Anita. Let's get Belinda. Let's excitedly meet Rose, Kate, Unit, Ruby, Mel, right? That's the first 15 minutes is, oh my gosh, it's Mel. Oh my gosh, it's Ruby. Oh my gosh, it's... We then get 7 minutes of exposition. Even I noticed this is a lot of exposition. But it's mostly exposition of the Ronnie and the Doctor explaining the plot to Unit. We know most of this, right? Mel, I forgot Mel had met the Ronnie. But Mel basically explains who the Ronnie is. She gives what I'm pretty sure was Russell T Davies' publicity pitch to tell people who the Ronnie was. But, like, at this point in the story, we know this, right? We know she's the scientist lady with no morals. Like, I don't understand why this scene is here.
I don't think it was entirely explained to, like, because this was supposed to be a series for new people. They never explicitly stated she was a scientist till now. The only reason I knew she was supposed to be a scientist is because you explained it to me.
Fair. Counterpoint, 15 minutes from now she dies. And we've had 2 seasons with her. We've had 2 episodes now. I just feel like when we're so pressed, this is my next note. After the 7 minutes of exposition, Omega was 3 minutes long on screen.
I felt like you made me watch the Omega episode for nothing after all that.
You were 2 episodes away anyway.
Yeah.
You can understand how bad Omega was.
Cheesy. If they're going to bring in a ginger doctor and they're doing this whole pasted face thing, who better to be the first ginger doctor than Tony Curran, the face of Van Gogh?
He'd be Van Gogh. I assume you mean the guy from Vincent and the Doctor? No, he'd be Van Gogh. I don't think I could get past that. He might be able to do great, but this is my thing where again, Rose as the Doctor could go horribly. I could just not see past it.
I also will say that Daleks in the chat have been making me smile and laugh.
So you're 4 women's wrong. You love the Daleks being around. What's happened to you, Alex? You are not the person I married.
I am the person you married. Apparently you didn't know me that well, though.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not.
I think we've got to watch ourselves because we keep.
I mean, somehow we.
This is a good episode for a scene by scene, and before we get into too much detail, I should just raise that we should scene by scene.
This episode, I think, has convinced me. Maybe we don't do all of them, but I think in like 3 to 5 years, when we finish our watch along, we have to do 15 again. Because this is one, I even debated talking to you about doing this as a watch-along, because there's so much. There's just so much to go. I have 3 pages of notes, and I tried to really limit, like, the nitpicks and one-off observations. This is trying to get all the plot points together so I can remember all the ways in which they don't make sense.
Yeah.
But right now, it's the pacing. We still definitely are on the overarching stuff. Like, what I could see the Doctor explaining stuff to Unit, right? Like, from a story point thing. Why is the Ronnie doing it? Like, the humans are the cattle. The Doctor knows what the Ronnie is explaining. What is this scene? What's it doing? If its purpose is that your plot relies on 7 minutes of exposition,
maybe you haven't done a good
change
job.
it. Maybe rework it. Maybe remove the 15 minutes of Rose, Kate, Shirley, Ruby. I'm like, but it feels like I'm watching Journey's End. It feels like it's Avengers Endgame, and I genuinely haven't seen these characters for
Didn't
5
you
years.
say, like, oh, it's the Ed game, and I was just like, Avengers Endgame.
We had some of this last episode, didn't we? We definitely had it last season. We had it. I swear we've had this season. I don't know. It's like their characters I'm so attached to and excited to see from a previous era, but they're still around and largely don't have super deep characters anyway. Gosh, I'm getting into the complainy. I'm starting to sound like Reddit.
To me, you always sound like Reddit, love.
Us Daleks think a young and new actor shall become the 17th Doctor, a new up-and-coming one, to give opportunity to the little guy. That won't stop us from destroying the 17th Doctor! Man, they're already thinking ahead. So forward-thinking, those Daleks. That's what they always say. Oh, thank you. I usually have to warm up to do a Dalek. I usually have to go
I
through
do
the voices.
not exterminate.
I realize my Dalek's a lot like old-timey newscast, American, like radio 1920s
Hello,
newscaster.
my baby. Hello, my honey.
Yeah.
Hello, my ragtime.
It really was that when I don't warm up into it. I gotta embrace the Dalek nature. But no,
Daleks would support women's wrongs.
if you have an episode that's 15 minutes of that getting together, and you need 7 minutes of exposition, so now we're left with 3 minutes of Omega. I'd like to point out Poppy left the Zero Room at 38 minutes. So even if it's a 45-minute episode, we still have like 8 minutes left of dealing with Poppy. Maybe rebalance it. Maybe rework part 1 so you can progress a bit. I mean, heck, drop Omega. That was pointless.
This finale felt like exposition. The two-parter.
15 minutes. It was a third exposition. No, sorry, that was getting the band back together. 7 minutes. It was what, a fourth exposition?
Together.
The Daleks are
They're
holding the
me
11th Doctor.
hostage.
You're the 11th Doctor. You can take care of that.
You fought the Daleks before.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I went into this saying it's going to be overstuffed, right? It weirdly had nothing going on.
We have captured the Doctor.
I have 3 pages of notes, you know?
Yeah.
So we criticized the Timeless Child, the Chibnall episode that ruined everything, if you want to be unfair and shorthand it, is 45 minutes of the Master essentially giving a PowerPoint presentation to the Doctor about the new lore, right? And that's one of the reasons it's a bad episode. It's literally just the It is this scene for 45 minutes. That is what the episode is. One of us has been destroyed. Retreat. And I got the same vibes watching this. I'm like, this is the Timeless Children, but if like half of it actually was an episode. It's just exposition. And there's nothing wrong with a talky episode, right? One of my complaints is I miss those finales. The Doctor Falls is not a world-ending threat. There is a threat, but Stephen Moffat generally, and you're going to think I'm crazy until you actually look into this. It was another Reddit post ages ago that highlighted this. Stephen Moffat's finales were character moments in like 2 characters talking. The Doctor Falls is an exploration of the Doctor as a character, the 12th Doctor, Missy, the Master, of so many things. And the pinnacle big moments aren't the like threat by and large. It's Bill, the companion. It's the Doctor taking the stand. It's his regeneration episode. So, you know, that it's all the character work that should come with a regeneration episode. And those are the finales that people like care about. Yes, Parting of the Ways, the season 1 finale, had like the threat of destroying half the world. I don't even think it was the whole world back then. But it's about the 9th Doctor regretting his choices of destroying Gallifrey, coming to terms with that, and in an identical scenario choosing to be the Doctor and not this killer who committed 2 genocides just to stop the Daleks. That's what the finale's about. Doomsday is... It's about the Dalek versus Cybermen, but it's really about Rose and Ten and that separation, you know? Mm-hmm. Even the coming up finale is regarded as his worst, quite frankly, in his first era that we're about to watch. But it's still got character work, as we'll see. I'm kind of glad we get it after this season, because it's been so relevant in every episode that we can really analyze it, you know? We can be like, this is why it works. Yeah, but also its ending is horrible. And a lot of the same problems this episode has, it just also has good stuff.
I think this episode, as much as it is just a lot of like exposition, I think it goes over the border for me, where it's not great, but last episodes felt insulting and awful. This episode, I think they did spend a lot of time talking, but I don't think it was as egregious.
See, I'm amazed by this, because your criticism of last episode was that it was so poorly written, it was insulting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm going to straight up tell you, name one thing about this episode's plot that made sense. Not just like you understood it, but logically is sound. One thing.
I think that... Do I have anything? I'd have to check my own notes.
If you have to check
Did the episode
your notes...
explain it? Did the episode explain it? Yes. A
Did
lot
it?
of times the episode explained it. But did the explanations make sense? No. So I have in my notes, Ruby at the end of the episode said, "How come my memory was different?" And the doctor, to quote, said, "I have no idea."
Right. No, I think, to be fair, that was explained by last episode. It's 73 yards. But Ruby and the doctor don't know about 73 yards, so they don't know. You don't get points for that, because that's last episode. And also, why does Ruby remember Poppy? Because Ruby remembers 2025 because she experienced it. Ruby does not experience Poppy. So why does Ruby remember Poppy and no one else does?
I think in my head...
They explained it as a glitch in the universe.
No, that's how everyone tried to justify why Ruby thought there was some baby named Poppy. Is that, oh, Ruby's glitching. Did you spill juice on my notes for the blueprints?
Maybe they shouldn't have been there.
My list of critiques and confusions are far longer than my list of things that I enjoyed and my general thoughts. Mm-hmm. However, I do think that the episode explained things. I just don't like how it explained them, really.
Oh, I see the Dalek with Rose and the Doctor. Can you feel the love tonight?
Can they feel the love tonight?
In my opinion, Russell Davis' words feel more alive, like there's more than just a doctor living in it, but in the same time, the people individually aren't written as well. I see what you're getting at. Honestly, I think I disagree. When I think of Kate and Shelley, and I literally don't even know the unit guy who's got a thing for Kate. What's his name?
I don't know.
Jack?
Sure. Rose.
Michael?
When I think of Rose, this Rose, trans Rose.
Generic
I don't
white guy
want to say
name?
last name Rose. I guess, like, Ruby's family is good. But when I think of that, and I think of Jackie, or I think of even concepts, the Shadow Proclamation, stuff like from his original run, Martha's entire family dynamics, I disagree. I think his world felt more real. I think part of that might be UNIT is no longer a grounded organization. UNIT is... the Avengers have vibranium, and vibranium can do whatever we want. And so the context in which we see these people are less grounded, which makes them feel less real. But I don't think the other characters are better than they were, by and large, overall. And of course, I think I'd like, unless someone else wants to add, to transition into Omega, because we almost went to him before, as the returning character, right?
If you can call that a return.
Caden, you, as you said, have not seen the Three Doctors, but Alex, you recently saw the Three Doctors.
Yes.
That was the episode that introduces Omega. I have not seen, I think it's Arc of Infinity, the second Omega episode, in years. But I don't believe there's a real change to the status quo, right? Because I actually missed something on my first watch through, right? In this episode, okay, Omega is the first Time Lord. Do you have something you need to do, Caden? Because this is going to be a while. Okay.
I already got sugar. It just will keep being loud.
He is the first Time Lord. He invented time travel. But he is feared, right? The Brigadier called him the Titan, the Mad God. He is considered the original sin of the Time Lords. He was cast out from Gallifrey and banished because he was insane. Alex can see what else is written on this notepad, but I'm brushing over some things. The Doctor wants to meet him, but in the Time Lords banished Omega to a place called the Underverse, right? Mm-hmm. God, I wish I had this clip prepped, but any Star Wars fans out there, it's like, wow. Amazing. Every word you just said was wrong. Now, to be fair, Omega being the first Time Lord, I'll allow that. Omega inventing time travel, my ancient Gallifreyan history is admittedly not the sharpest, so I can't say it's good enough. At worst, I think it's an oversimplification, but you know what? I'll give it to him. But that's not worse because Omega. Alex, you can stop me if you feel I'm remembering the Three Doctors wrong. Omega was not banished by the Time Lords.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
It was the experiment that he basically got stuck in with the black hole supernova thing he created.
No, he was banished. They say it multiple times in that episode.
In this episode?
No, in the other episode.
Well, no, he uses banishment as an unintentional. So, but because remember, the Doctor says that according to history, he died. Like the Time Lords thought Omega was dead. They didn't know he was still alive.
Yeah, Omega is the one who says it was my banishment.
He's functionally banished. I'm going to get into that because he is stuck somewhere he can't get back from. He is functionally banished, but it wasn't like a punishment imposed on him.
Omega would have felt way more threatening if they were generated after the door opened. The whole big monster just ain't doing it.
Here's the thing, though.
But I love my little Doctor interaction.
This caught me, too. They want Omega to get his DNA, right? Omega does not have a body. Omega was trapped through his own scientific experiment in a universe of antimatter, not an underverse. I checked TARDIS Wiki. That has never shown up until The Giggle, where the Toymaker's domain was described as being, like, beyond the underverse. In this episode, those are the only references on TARDIS Wiki. He was in another universe of antimatter. The Time Lords didn't even know that such a place could exist. Like, they didn't know he was there, because we see the Time Lords in the Three Doctors. It's possible that Rassilon lied about the history. He did banish Omega and then rewrote history. That is totally a Rassilon thing to do. But if that's what he did, the Ronnie and the Doctor wouldn't know this, and they wouldn't know it as fact, and everything else still contradicts the previous Omega appearances. But I would like to throw that out there, because someone will probably try and throw that back at me.
No, we have not seen Murderbot yet, Jack's Law.
Next point. Yeah, the Omega doesn't have a body. The antimatter universe is, like, inherently corrosive, and over time would eat someone's body away. In fact, the universe Omega is in only has substance because of his force of will. he willed the universe into existence to control it. It's very classic, but he literally does not have a body. He is like a disembodied consciousness in a suit that you see he doesn't have a body. You can't get DNA from someone who doesn't have a body. Omega also has a body in this episode, though. But also, if Omega does have a body, it would be antimatter, and so I don't know how it exists here.
Well, aren't the Bone Boys antimatter?
You could explain that away, because yes, he does. Well, he sends some special beings. That could be answered. It's just not answered in the episode, because the episode is so fundamentally different to every other Omega appearance. It just rewrote everything about him. He doesn't look like Omega. Omega looked like, as I said, a guy in a suit. He was also quite rational. Like, don't get me wrong, he was power hungry. I could kind of buy that after so long he'd become insane enough to want to be a god and eat Time Lords. I won't say that's out of character, but like, it was actually striking to me in the Three Doctors, and to be fair, I think this was a bit to Omega's detriment, that he regularly sat down and had perfectly civilized conversations with the Third Doctor. And really, it was just that he was stuck in an antimatter universe with no one to talk to. And yeah, I'd get tired of that too after like a billion years. He was a sympathetic, he had a sympathetic read to him that he literally could not leave his universe because he doesn't have a body. But I guess he does have one now with Time Lord DNA. Also, the original sin of the Time Lords. Alex, do you remember how the Doctor describes Omega and how he's perceived by the Time Lords?
Sure don't.
He's one of their greatest heroes. In fact, the Doctor himself personally and continues to admire Omega on some level, just for his pure scientific achievements and prowess. He is the Time Lord's greatest hero, and I'm willing to accept their perception of him shifts a bit after the Three Doctors. He did try and destroy the universe. In fact, I'm almost certain that they see him differently in his second appearance, which is also with Time Lords. But he still is one of their greatest heroes. The Time Lords have always had this sort of duality with, like, Rassilon in the old days, where it's Rassilon, you know? It's like George Washington or Jesus or, like, it's some huge, very culturally significant figure that founded their society. But also, they were tyrants. This is actually something the episode gets right. They were, like, power-hungry tyrants. And the Time Lords for, like, ages have really been ashamed or afraid of, like, it's arguably the reason they are, no, it's canon. The reason they're the sit back and watch, don't touch, is their great war with the vampires, with Rassilon. Don't worry about it. I know, that's a bomb, but don't worry about that. Like, after that war, they were like, yeah, no, we can't do that again. So, like, I don't understand how he's the original sin suddenly. Like, why... The Brigadier, someone pointed this out as well, definitely would not have described Omega as the Titan or the Mad God. He spent most of the episode convinced they were in a quarry in Norfolk or something. Like, I don't even think he believed most of it. He had 3 doctors in front of him, and he didn't even really believe that. He's a weird dude, the Brigadier. But I'm like, what do you mean? Titan? Like, Omega? From the Brigadier's perspective? And of course he's a big skelly boy. So, like, are we talking an alternate reality where sometime after his last appearance, the Time Lords brought Omega back to exile him? Or are we just pretending that this is what had always happened? I genuinely don't know.
I'd have to put my chips towards the latter.
I mean, yeah, I've got to, because Davies has kind of done a lot of this. Sutek is now legit a god, I guess. But I don't even understand from Russell T Davies' perspective as a fan why he wants to bring Omega back like this. There was nothing that was Omega. You could have made him a generic God or all-powerful being. Or, like, you've got the baby God of Wishes. This is Daddy God of Wishes. This is, like, the old God of Wishes that actually could make things stable. You know? Yeah, like, there you go.
The
Done.
only purpose Omega served was to come back, undo the Ronnie's by generation, and die.
No, the only purpose he served, I think genuinely, was to generate online content. And
I
I'm
believe
actually afraid that the reason he's nothing like original Omega is so that we will talk about it, and that will generate views, and therefore that's good in Davy's mind. Because
Content doesn't always mean good.
I'm quoting Davies. The
I know
reason,
you are.
yeah, like,
I'm just saying.
it takes one glance at the subreddit right now to show whatever they've done has not worked. Doctor Who Reddit. Let's just go to that one. I'm going to read the headlines of the first several posts. They're all marked as spoilers. There are really like 5 actors in the UK, huh? Shows Piper, Tennant, Monday, and Poppy being recast. There's definitely something very strange going on. Something about the 12th Doctor. Something about Eccleston. It's actually changed in the past few hours. Is it Gallifrey? There's a lot of older discussion of older episodes, but everything about the new one is negative. The longer I think about the puppy stuff, the more it makes me deeply uncomfortable where Davy's politics have gone. Who has this era been for? Can we get...
Something about the...
That's an ad. Oh, I didn't see that one. The Interstellar Song Contest 7-day ratings confirmed 3.75 million. So news, yeah. Who has this era been for? Can we get a new showrunner, please? An actual hot take. The problem with this era is that it doesn't take from 2005 to 2009. Reality War. Somewhat incoherent ramblings. Not safe for work. What do we think about the aborted Season 2 ending? Series 15 is done, and so am I. What was the point of any of this? I think Russell T Davies will have to completely reconsider his approach to the show in the future. Spoilers inside. Very important detail for that scene that I haven't seen discussed, and I think flew over everybody's head. I hope that this makes me through yada yada. Most people say it was the most random thing ever. Omega eating a Time Lord. It's not random. I think you're more explicit. The father of Time Lords who eats his children. It's Kronos. Oh. It's meaningless, but it is. There's
It's not
theming.
meaningless.
Well, there's no
in-story.
there's no in-universe reigning. It's thematic. Like that is an interesting detail. Possible future of the show relation with Disney. Bit confused about the canon. Disney leaving is deserved. This was actually an interesting post that like. Well, okay,
I like the one on the bottom.
The one on the bottom. The season was great. WTF Red. Actually, I like
The
this
one
one.
guy.
I'm actually gonna... Yeah, there you go. That's how long it took. We had news, an ad. I didn't skip a single post.
No, you didn't.
Creating a throwaway account just for today. Fair. Say I've been enjoying the hell out of this season and checked online for the first time after the finale, but apparently the entire show is in flames. Fans are quitting forever. Everyone involved should be fired. BS. All 8 episodes were good. I don't go that far. And really happens, and the 2-parter was great. Shooty could have stayed for longer, but the current contract was only for 2 seasons. I was a Russell T Davies hater, but the past 2 seasons has completely fixed what used to annoy me. We found the opposite of the normal fan.
Childish farting aliens did happen the very first episode.
Yeah.
Did they fart?
Okay, but the entire spaceship.
I'll
farted.
grant you, childish would describe space baby. No, that's true. The spaceship did fart. If the spaceship wasn't built on Earth.
That was the opening
cheap rubber
episode.
monster suits gone. Screen time spent on family relationships with old people. By the way, one of the top comments has got to be found Russell T Davies' old account. Reduced reasoning, complex sci-fi in most episodes. Check. I'm actually looking forward to more of him next season. And people are complaining that the music is too loud. Do you realize it's been happening for 10 plus seasons since the show returned? I'd like to touch on this. This is always bad to defend any argument because people have been complaining about this for 10 plus seasons. And if I also didn't like it before, then I'm still an internally consistent individual. However, I believe it's the sound settings on your TV. I never had this problem when I do the watch along with Caden. on my headphones. I started having it, actually, I think after a VLC Media Player update, and I changed the audio mode from headphones to stereo, fixed. It's night and day. So genuinely, they probably could do better because everyone has this issue, but try messing with the audio settings on your TV, and that might fix it. Because I don't really have that problem this season on my TV. During 13, when they finally retired Murray Gold and dialed it way back, people complained even more, so they rehired him. To be fair, people complained that the music wasn't... That was mixed. I mean, I think it's interesting to look at these people who are in such agreement.
Us Daleks are Redditors.
I often disagree with the Doctor Who fandom. This is very interesting to me, because you know how we talk a lot, Caden, you and I, about how Russell T Davies is doing things that generally don't seem to resonate with at least the fandom, if not most people I interact with. Mm-hmm. But he likes it. I can't say he's wrong. I think Russell T Davies, honest to God, believes he's doing exactly what he wants perfectly, barring, any complications that reasonably came up with Ncuti Gatwa leaving, or like the renewal that's out of his hands. Because this is so interesting to me. This is someone who basically is the exact opposite of every take I've ever heard about what's good about his original era. So it makes sense he likes this era, because what I've seen generally is it's all the generally regarded bad stuff exacerbated, and all the good stuff just not really present. That is interesting, though. Some people agree. A lot of people disagree. Obviously, this person disagrees with Reddit, the Reddit we are on. But I mean, I don't know. They also didn't address a lot of the big complaints I see here. I don't think any of my notes are addressed by that critique.
You're still showing your thumbnail.
Yeah, I know. It's a security precaution in case Google flashes up like my email or something. Yeah, should we get back into the episode?
I think we should dig in a little bit. I think we should start chipping away at these scenes.
Oh man, I was gonna separate my Poppy notes and then I forgot I did. Oh, I do want to address this episode. Actually, at the start, did answer a lot of questions I did not expect to be answered. We got the Bone Beasts answered, the Bone Boys, sorry.
Yep, we did.
Who are just creatures from the Underverse. It does open more questions. So, is it coincidence that the palace looks like the Bone Boys? Is the palace also from the Underverse? Because it disappears when the Bone Boys do.
Good question. Maybe the Ronnie likes visual consistency.
So did they choose? Is it from the... So why did it disappear at the end? Was it wished for? Did she see the Bone Boys and be like, ooh, good idea? But surely the Bone Boys came second, because she had to have changed time first.
Ooh.
We all know the answer is that Russell T Davies just doesn't think about his plots like this.
Answer.
I'm almost looking forward to Moffat, just because I've said Russell T Davies just doesn't care about this aspect of plots. What does Moffat not care about in his plots? I actually don't know. I actually don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things he probably doesn't write the style of because he doesn't like, but I am sure, of course, Shirley did have her original wheelchair. I think there were some other stuff too. Nothing huge. And again, I still maintain I was confused for a week, and that detracted from the original viewing. And so I think that the fact that it was explained in part 2, there's still a criticism. I think some of these things could have been earlier, including the scene in the last episode where the Ronnie explained a bunch of random things, like the people working at the terminals or whatever. But do you want to just go through the notes like in order I have? Because that's kind of a scene by scene. We could stop at whatever we want to talk about. Alex, don't look at my spoilery notes. How do you want to proceed, Caden?
I don't know. I have some notes too, so I was thinking the scene by scene would kind of structure it so we do less bouncing around like we usually do.
All right, let's go into scene by scene then.
Which first, off the bat, I was happy with this episode because
it had Anita.
No, because we did go back and pick up right where we left off. The Doctor was falling to his probable demise.
And I was right. They pulled something out of their ass.
They did. I like
Remember?
how Ronnie literally said he had
has
a magic door.
Look, it's lamp shading. It's not great to have in
It's
writing.
not.
First off, I actually liked this Previously On. I complain a lot about Previously Ons for basically telling me what the episode's going to be from what it showed. This was literally, remember the Doctor's falling. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
great. Because I forgot the TARDIS exploded. Hey, we never got to that, did we?
Nope. Never will.
Cool. Remember when the TARDIS exploded and they were inside it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we never got to that.
Never will.
Never will. Well, maybe that's what Billy Piper's about. That's what Billy Piper's about. Right. I would like this way more if they actually used the door. It would have been clever. He's in front of a door. This, right, it's a nitpick. I feel like you didn't need the door to be magic for it to work. The time door obviously doesn't work like it did in Joy to the World. This is explained, right? She's got the house key, right?
True.
The Joy to the World was fun, and we loved that concept because the hotel room extra door was a thing, even though I've never experienced it. That was fun, right? The idea that there's this hotel in the future that needs those doors, and that's what they connect to peak Doctor Who. So why do we need those doors? I mean, when we get the Time Hotel, they all look like generic doors. I assume this is like some unused floor. That's why Anita's here in the first place. Wasn't it fun how you needed the physical door to connect to the actual hotel rooms, and people of the time were confused by those doors? So if we could do this whole Time Hotel but not have the doors, that would be better. In fact, come to think of it, if there's a way to open the door anywhere, if, hypothetically speaking, you had someone in the Time Hotel who knew that the Doctor had to wait a whole year to get back and could have informed someone to open a new magic door so that they didn't have to wait a year, and you could say that's a bootstrap paradox, but no, we're safe from bootstrap paradoxes because it's the Time Door Hotel. That would be useful, wouldn't it? And in fact, if the world ended in, like in between 2024 and 2025, you would then have removed that conflict of, you know, there's a Doctor currently in this events that we don't see. And of course, I brushed by the lighter point that you can't have a paradox with the Time Hotel door, right? So why not have a Doctor who solved the problem come back and solve the problem? Because that's not a paradox. The Time Hotel's open.
Yeah, see, I never even got past... I didn't even think long enough to think about any of this, because I was just like, oh, I mean... It's cheap. It could be worse. But like, it's cheap, and so the most I did of this was sigh, and I was like, I guess.
If it was the door he's actually in front of when he's falling,
nice.
It would be clever.
Yeah. I think it's
have
still
the
even
door,
then, though, would have been like,
okay, don't put the door in the sky. Put the door on a balcony. You know, on a skyscraper. Put the door on one of the many rooms in that actual unit thing, or Poppy's bedroom door. You could still have the key open the door anywhere. Like, the Doctor at one point puts his hand against this sky. I'd like to point that out.
He does.
Russell, hire a script editor. Hire someone to just look at it, please. Oh yeah, this was. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go on.
There was a little note that Anita's pregnant with the baby of the head of HR. Which is yet another instance of possible... I think it's widely regarded that this is a no-no societally. And I don't know how manager and head of HR are on like a power scale at a company, but I think most companies... most companies would not allow that. Maybe we're better people in the future. Maybe. That could be the read, but it's come up a lot. You had a thought though, right?
Well, it's part of my useless thought list. But as the episode progressed, Anita is one of my favorite characters in the episode because simply for my own personal enjoyment. Is it quality of script, quality of episode? No, not at all. If anything, it might be stupid. But her main purpose as the world was ending was to hold a door open, and I got much enjoyment out of every time they talked about her. And she's like, I'm just kind of here.
No, door stops in the future.
No, personally, very much enjoyed Anita's existence in this episode being as, useless really as it is.
Fair. Again, I can't say you're wrong. It didn't do much for me. I don't know.
Wins.
She was fun in the first episode because of the scenes which she was in. I don't know if we needed this, but if you're bringing the time hotel back, it works.
But it was like, let's get all these characters together again. The gang's all here.
Yep. Matt Smith is in this episode. Where's he? It's such a weird. There's nothing really weird about a scene to choose, but the live chess scene. I don't know. Right. This one bothered me. So the reason this worked, I feel like you could have cut this. The reason this worked is that's the time hotel door from Christmas 2025, right? 24, yeah. And the Ronnie didn't check that one because she took Christmas off.
I did kind of like that.
Well, I don't know why the Ronnie took Christmas off. But also, that was 24. That was this last Christmas. Did the Ronnie have her plan? Did she know she was going to do this yet? Because the Vindicator stuff hadn't started. The Ronnie I know is when Miss Flood is like forced to beam away. She starts to explain, like, I was brilliant to pin it down to May the 23rd. So she had a plan. But in the scene where they explain the Ronnie's plan, like why she's the neighbors, they say, I just find a stupid blonde Earth girl, and I'll find you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can talk about that scene when it comes up. But like, what? But it's not the door to Christmas 2024, because that was an actual door in a hotel. This is not the same door. What does she mean she checked all the doors? So like, if instead the time hotel used the door from 3087, could that have worked? Because it's also not Christmas 2024 right now. It's May the 23rd. I don't understand why couldn't it just work? I don't know. It's like he explained the parts that didn't need it and didn't explain the parts that did.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, people are going to complain that it's a magic door. What if it's the one from Christmas?
Mm-hmm.
Right. This one kind of confused me. Poppy in general,
Yeah.
right?
Oh boy, yeah.
But the thing is, right, I'm confused why everyone seems to assume Poppy is not real to begin with. Because no one else seems to be fictional. Mel does not have a family. She talks about that last episode. Kate didn't get a husband. The Ruby's mom, I did not see a raising hand. Let me finish, please. Ruby's mom is still raising foundlings, which implies there are orphans, dead parents, incomplete families, I assumed Poppy would have been like someone's baby, but obviously not theirs, but but everyone's like, no, she's not real. Surely she's someone's baby, because we haven't invented any other people. And the episode explains what it is, but I always, even last episode, I found this a bit strange. Alex?
I thought this whole thing was going to be like, I thought Poppy, I'm going to describe them as Belinda's daughter and Space Baby.
Okay.
I thought Space Baby Poppy had just gotten pulled out of, I didn't think that Belinda's daughter had gotten pulled out of thin air. I thought they had pulled Space Baby Poppy and placed her in, and so I was expecting to see other space babies in different, like, households, even if it was just, like, the most well-behaved of the space babies. Like, oh, this one is with Ruby's mom. This one is with Mel. That's kind of what I expected. So it kind of like weirded me out when Poppy had never existed, because not only is it the exact same actress as Space Baby Poppy, but she has the exact same name.
Do we want to address Poppy by trying to figure out what Poppy is? Because that's why we're all here today, folks, is to put together the plot. That's why everyone's here. The whole gang's together. Caden, do you want to try and build up chronologically or try and figure out what Poppy is? I've got what I think is Poppy. And I'd like to address as well real quick. Poppy, like, is a wish. They may, like, quote unquote not be real and that they never existed. But Poppy is like a sentient being. They're alive after having been wished into the world. That's the end of the conversation. Like, yeah, that's still a person. Like, you know, that's just it. That's it. This could have been simple. That could have been it. Hi, Nextron. So Poppy, right?
Yeah.
I think before the like whole regeneration thing, it's exactly what's described. Like the doctor remembers Captain Poppy. And Belinda, I guess, wants a baby? I don't know exactly what Belinda was wishing for. This is a separate talking point. But that together somehow combined into this half Time Lord, half human baby, who of course looked like the person the doctor remembered. Because he was sterile, on some level he wanted a doctor, combined with that whole...
He wanted a doctor?
That same thing. He wanted that whole, like, 1950s housewife, you know, traditional family vibe of the wish. That all came together, made Poppy. Got it. And now that's a person who's alive. Presumably their life's history is fake, but it doesn't matter. They're alive. They're a person. After this whole, like, reality shift thing, Poppy is the human child of Belinda and some guy. And by sheer coincidence, there's just a baby in the future that looks like that. Because I believe there was a plot relevant that the babies were grown in tubes. Mm-hmm. She's not an ancestor or a descendant of Poppy.
I mean, she could be a descendant.
I also
just used her DNA.
think that's dumb generally, but will concede that the show has pulled that this season.
I mean, they did the same thing with Belinda and Monday. I mean, Monday is just her descendant.
I think we've got to
just like her.
Pull Belinda in this too, because right, Belinda was weird.
Yeah.
Belinda had essentially had the responsibility of like 3, 4, 5, like a toddler thrust into them, had been forced together with the doctor because now they've got a baby they've got to raise, and is in no way seemingly troubled by this. I could accept some level of like, this is my baby now, but that's huge. Like, could you imagine waking up tomorrow and now there's some random person that you have like a magic baby with and you've got to help raise? Like, does she have the money? She doesn't have the space. He lives with 4 other people. She doesn't have any clothes, any baby stuff. Like, you get 9 months to prep for this sort of thing usually. You know, you need those 9 months.
I don't even understand how Belinda is Poppy's mom, in the sense that, like, the doctor and Belinda combined to make Poppy through memories or something. If anything, I would believe it more that Ruby was Poppy's mom, because Ruby was there for Space Baby.
You've struck on a deal, on a key point here. First off, I think adoption. Like, if Belinda wants the baby, like, yes. I'm not gonna challenge her.
That one, 100%.
Like, I think she might also have the memories of the wish, where she remembers being Poppy's mom, which brings in a whole nother aspect to the consent issue we haven't even gotten into. Like, is she actually in her right mind to want to give up literally the fate of the planet and put everyone in this Conrad dystopia for Poppy? Or to consent to being a mother in an alternate reality, something she doesn't even do in the first place. But there's been a theory going around for a while that Ruby was fired after season 1. I don't believe this, to be clear. But it is very much worth noting that everything's smidged so much better with Ruby. Belinda was literally put in a box outside of the universe so that we could get to the plot. Ruby and 73 Yards are key to the Conrad story. Ruby gets one of the big save the day moments. Belinda is, quite frankly, sidelined a lot. She came in so strong with a lot of people loving her. It took till after Robot Revolution for me. But the general fandom seems to have been like, was it Ruby? Was she fired? Did something happen? Apparently, Belinda, the actress, was cast 2 weeks before filming began, which implies there was something last minute to the whole thing. So maybe it's just that no one knew what Belinda was going to be quite right. But the plot makes more sense if it, like, Belinda doesn't even get to remember her own child, apparently. And everything Belinda does, like, literally throwing everything away to protect this child. You know who would do that?
Yeah, Ruby would definitely.
Foundling Ruby. Like,
Yeah.
it almost feels like they should have adopted that baby. That would have been the natural end, as Ruby now gets her own foundling. And that feels like the story. Like, I've seen people say it feels like Ruby is the companion this season, just from far away. And I like something has to have happened, or Belinda was just sidelined. Like I can't. Everyone wrote her out. That's not true. I'm gonna take a peek. What are the episodes? Lux, she's in. I know when they were planning Lux, Ruby was the companion. They didn't know about the other one, because there's concept art with Ruby in like the 2D art. But the artist has gone on to say it's just that Ruby was the companion at the time, so that's what they drew, because it was concept art. She is in the episode, not story in the engine. She's written out of that, but she doesn't do much, I guess, in most of the episodes.
She does stuff in the well because her being a nurse is pertinent to the plot.
She does the nurse stuff. I don't know, if we think of Ruby or like Rose, Donna, Amy, I feel like there's like, all right, tell me about Belinda Chandra as a person. She's a nurse, of course. She
comes from a musical family.
She has a heart in her nursing job. Like, there's a story about the older woman. But who is Belinda Chandra? I don't care that her family's musical. Who's Belinda Chandra?
Her name rhymes with Galinda.
Okay, at least try. This is serious, Caden.
Yeah.
But it's I could tell you more about Ruby. Definitely.
I don't know. I think her character does work with the little moments, but in the big strokes, and especially with this episode, Ruby does make more sense.
Oh,
because I like Belinda in the sort of unwilling, uneasy companion.
Is a great companion who's just not really given much to do.
Belinda feels more like she was if we're saying the show was supposed to be like rebooted, Belinda feels more like she was supposed to be the first companion, a bit unwilling, and Ruby feels more like she was supposed to be the second companion and have more story to her.
It's not that Belinda's written out often, because she's not. But the key episodes for this plot, the overarching thing, Lucky Day, Belinda is not in, other than like 5 seconds at the beginning. Wish World, she is not herself. She does not have her memories. and Reality War, where she is literally put in a box so that the plot can happen.
It did lead to the funniest visual gag of the entire season.
Of her just sitting in a box and the action was going on.
Yes.
I'll say, on a rewatch, I kind of liked the Doctor rushing to the Bone Palace. Like, I could get finale hype.
Yeah.
Double onesie, one side. I also feel like Ruby...
Double O inside.
Same thing. I feel... Sorry, double O inside. I also feel like Ruby should still be more involved because she's still been left so unexplained. Why in God's green earth was she the one inside the Wish who could remember life before the Wish? 73 yards. And at the end of the episode, once again, she's the only one who can remember Poppy. Yeah, that one I just think isn't... I think it's supposed to be 73 yards. I believe that is the explanation. But the explanation given in Wish World for why 73 yards lets her remember is that she experienced 2025 before, and that no longer holds. And that's why I think it is unexplained, even if they attempted it.
I need to pee.
Have fun. Could you fill this up when you're...
Yeah.
Preferably with the sink, my water bottle, at the same time.
Oh, I was going to pee in it.
All right, here's something I point out. I've seen this a few times on Reddit, and I'd like to run by you because you're absolutely right. When we're talking about editing a script, because if this was super last minute, maybe it works. And if this was Ruby, it wouldn't work, right? I'd like to quote M. Basudel here on Reddit. It feels like the simplest solution would just be for Belinda to have been a single mother the whole time. It explains her absolute urgency to get back home. She has a child waiting for her. It's character material that colors her relationship with the Doctor. He's like a kid, always running around and doing whatever he wants. Graham Norton's exposition at the end of Wish World. I think that's the wrong episode, but now isn't just the planet's gone, it's your child died and you weren't there. And then you get to Wish World, and she has her kid back, except not. Now the Doctor is the father, and it's changed her. It's made her half Time Lord on her father's side. I think that's a movie reference. And if the Doctor undoes everything, Poppy's been changed too much, and she might just go away. Or she's just a fundamentally different person, you know? It's real stakes now. That is a real child, and he's really trying to save her. And it's all the more tragic when you think he succeeded and he hasn't and she's gone. And then, obviously Belinda should remember her, not Ruby. What an insane choice. When the even Belinda recognizes it. It's like, it's kind of insulting, you know? When the Doctor sacrifices his own life to shunt the timeline back into place, it's justified. It's just putting things back the way they were at the start of the season. He's fulfilling his promise to Belinda to get her back home. And it works, at least on a character level, as long as the premise is this is a life Belinda has already chosen for herself, being the, like, wife and mother, and the Doctor is sacrificing himself to make it right, and not the Doctor kills himself so Belinda will become a single mother. It works so well if Belinda's just a single mother the whole time.
It does, yeah.
And we haven't gotten how messed up the resolution is.
The only rebuttal I would have to that is non-existent, because it would be where I thought this episode was going, and it didn't go there. That with all of this Susan talk, they had given the Doctor the daughter that he's never had, and then this daughter will have Susan. And I was like, oh, okay, that's, I guess, how they're going to play things. And that's why this is the Doctor's daughter. Poppy is now the Doctor's daughter. I suppose that's what's happening here.
It had to have been content
however I felt about that.
I mean, there's also a weird aspect going through it the whole time. I'm like, but you can't have Poppy on the TARDIS. Like, you can't have Poppy in Season 3. I have talked about how I'd love, specifically, a very dad-like Doctor, a single mother, and, like, a middle school-age kid. That would be a great TARDIS team. But the middle school part is very, very important so that the show can still function on a basic level. You can't have a baby in Season 3. Aside from all the practical, like, filming implications that would have, most episodes of Doctor Who you could not do with a baby without painting both Belinda and the Doctor as horrifically irresponsible. So, like, obviously something has to happen.
Mhm.
And so it again paints this weird but if it's Belinda's kid, yeah, Belinda doesn't want to go on adventures until the end of this episode. Like, it's not that we've made a fundamentally different show either, because we've talked like, oh, this episode would be better if it was totally different in every way, you know. It's this is the end it was going for. Belinda was always a mother.
Yeah. It's not like they didn't shoot the scenes.
It is literally a minor scene. Literally every scene still happens the same. You could even put Belinda in a box at the end, and it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You actually don't have to change anything except some of the dialogue in the Poppy was real the whole time scene. That's how small of a change it is.
They shot
They
the
did.
scene for every episode.
I mean,
Belinda saying, "I gotta go home to my daughter."
That might be the reshoot, but obviously Belinda was not a mother the whole time. So
yeah, because originally she was just trying to get back because she had to work in the morning.
Could you imagine?
That was the in the original episodes. That's what she said. She goes, "I've got work in the morning. I've got to be."
Yeah, which is always and forever insane when you have a time machine.
That can't have been part of the reshoot. They can't have unmade Belinda a mother. That would have been too much work. Because it's so, so many costs. I know.
The original episodes, but
I'm agreeing. But I was going to say, what if there's a world where part of the reshoots was that they made Belinda not a mother? But no, that's having to go through every costume change again. That's too much.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, they might have brought Jodie Whittaker back for a reshoot. Who knows?
Maybe they like sent out a message to all the previous doctors like, "Hey, who's available this day for a shoot?" And Jodie was the
That's
only one
just
that was
so
like,
much work. When you're doing a reshoot, you're so on the wire. You wouldn't try. I think that's just too much work. We'll get into how messed up Belinda is, because my notes at the bottom of the thing, unsurprisingly. This bothered me too. Rose didn't
Rosie.
Exist in Westworld. It is Rose. The doctor just likes nicknames. Rose doesn't exist in Wishworld. Because the Conrad just can't imagine her, right? So I guess she just works different than the disabled people, including the person in the camp who might have also been coincidentally disabled, but seemed to be visually either trans or some sort of drag queen. So I guess we needed Rose here, and that's why it worked different.
I thought Rose died.
This isn't Rose Tyler. Wait, this Rose?
This Rose. I thought this Rose died in like the Sutek.
Yeah, but so did everybody.
Oh, but I thought Rose like really died.
No.
Got it.
I don't think
I
so.
think there's a difference between he couldn't imagine you and he doesn't see you. Because the thing with the disabled people is he just does not see them. But I don't understand why he couldn't imagine her. Because if it's just that she's biracial, so is Poppy. Poppy is the biracial child of a
No.
black man and Indian woman.
Conrad doesn't seem to be racist, despite all his faults. It's got to be that she's trans.
She's trans?
Yeah.
Oh.
You haven't seen the episode she's introduced, but yeah. But then, like,
for
don't
her.
put a drag queen in the camp of people who Conrad couldn't see.
Well,
That's
a
my
drag
answer.
queen is different than a trans woman.
I'm like, maybe it just feels arbitrarily different to me. And it almost undercuts the message. I guess, disability and being queer are different things, obviously. But one of my favorite parts of Wishworld was the I don't want to say forgotten, I don't want to say oppressed, but the
Unseen.
rejects. Unseen's a good one of society being what topples the regime because of the fact they're unseen. I mean, I think this also is just largely true of the regimes that have toppled in the past. And so kind of making a sort of arbitrary divide feels like it cheapens that, especially because it seems to be so that you can now have Rose in Unit Tower without justifying it. put her on the wheelchair. Put her on the camp. I don't know. Could you have not had Rose last episode? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's unusual.
But maybe
That's
Davies
unusual.
specifically, like, if you want to make a disability point, don't put a drag queen in your camp. Unless, I don't know, they have crutches or something. It just feels like he knew this was coming up. And he
Well, didn't the drag
muddied
queen have an eyepiece?
Did they?
Am I remembering correctly?
I don't remember. They were in the background.
Is
And
it-
obviously, you can
It
be
might
a
have been
drag
partially
queen
blind.
and disabled. Like, but it's
But
still
like, yeah, through
weird.
the eyes of Conrad, there's probably no difference between a drag queen and a trans woman.
Probably. But it's
Through the
still
eyes of
weird.
Conrad.
It's still weird that as a showrunner, you kind of make the distinction, but also not in two different places, you know?
Yeah.
Should have been a helper for people with wheelchair. That's a great, actually, character piece for Rose. That absolutely sounds like something Rose would do, is be a helper for people with disabilities that would have needed it in the camp. I love that. That sounds so good. Yeah. All unit personnel are biochipped so we know where they are. Add that to the list of Lucky Day offenses, please. And also, I have a feeling this would have helped in Lucky Day when they had to find that one guy who betrayed them and probably several other episodes. For example, which Osgood is which neither of you are going to get, but I imagine that's going to be, that's going to come up. There was just a lot of, it's not even, there's like a lot of plot things that bothered me, but also character moments. For one, by the way, this scene was hilarious because Shirley, after we cut to the flames, is not moving any faster than if they just were moving with their hands. What? Did that get cut?
No, that scene never existed.
We cut to a scene where we saw the flames.
We did not.
We did.
cut to a scene where we saw the flames, and that was it.
And then we saw her going down
We
the
did
corridor.
not.
Because I laughed at it because it was such a hilarious image where she was clearly moving her wheelchair.
Well, she
by
does
hand.
come in the corridor later.
No, it was the flames. You saw the flames and they trailed off. There.
No, that's the only scene.
Oh, okay. No, I did just re-see that. I saw that wrong. Then. Fair enough. No, that's on me. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that what. So you and I, of course,
Yeah.
talking about how I wonder if she'll remember that her wheelchair is crazy. It was really
Oh,
funny
yeah.
for me to see it, but for my girlfriend when we were watching this together, it was very taken aback.
Well, they're all...
She just
well, okay.
blasts away.
I was disappointed she did not fly. I will say that. Maybe that's too OP, but
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. This bothered me from a thing where the Ronnie had a whole thing about how Conrad was ridiculously handsome, which to be fair, he is, but might I remind you that
Beauty's subjective.
Ronnie sees humanity as cattle, and her racism is a core part of the episode's plot.
I've seen pretty cows.
Okay, I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure that in the classic episodes, the Ronnie even makes comments about how, like, humanity, a relationship between a Time Lord and humanity is like, you wouldn't see a cute cow. That's... Maybe that was someone else. I know this comes up somewhere in Classic Who, and, I'm not going to be an encyclopedia. But this felt like one of the rare instances where I'm like, you're not the Ronnie. That's a lab. Could you imagine thinking your lab rat was hot and you could eat olives off their dimples?
Does she
I'm
think
sorry?
it, or is she just
Exactly.
manipulating Conrad?
That was my thought, but why? She doesn't have to manipulate Conrad. He literally says, I will do literally anything for you. That is the line before you were ridiculously handsome. Like, I don't think you needed to. Like, that felt like the Ronnie saying, don't say that, or I'm gonna do it with you. And you're a lab rat, and I can't have that. That's how it came across to me.
I thought she was just being weird about her manipulativeness.
I'll tell you what, this stream is popular for once for an episode that I imagine wasn't popular. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the favorable read, is she is being manipulative. It just didn't come off with me. Mel also goes from having her hair straight, hair tied back when the clip and her neck activates to a massive perm. I forgot that too. The doctor's clothes magically change when he takes off his suit. I did confirm that on my rewatch where he's wearing that dress thing. It's very similar to his suit. It's the stripy thing. There you go. Oh, look, there's a suit, and now he's wearing that. See?
Yeah, that was one of my nitpicks, and I decided that there were enough actual critiques in this episode. I threw that one in the bin.
There's a plot point about real-time kind of breaking stuff, so I'm willing to believe the doctor, you could say he's always wearing that, but they're imagining it different. Because, well, that's the wish, you know? Like,
Yeah.
Unit isn't actually insurance company, you know? I could see it. And you're also right. There are far bigger fish to fry. If this was an otherwise great episode, I might not have even mentioned it, you know? The "we meet again" line is funny. Okay, I'd like your takes from having not seen Mel or the Ronnie ever. That felt really like it was trying to be a big moment that just, like... I actually can't tell if the Ronnie's "you think of me every day" is supposed to be sincere or not. What do you think of that? It just felt...
I think more so neutral because I haven't actually seen them together, so I didn't know how big it was.
The Ronnie pretended to be Mel in what I think is a actually shockingly amazing, legit impression, but I've never been able to confirm that.
I think it was more to show the Ronnie was very...
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if the correct term is self-absorbed or self-confident. She's very full of herself, like, you thought of me every day, and Mel's kind of shooting her down like, nope.
I mean, in defense...
Nah, dog.
Mel in the classics is one of those characters who is, like, generic damsel in distress. There isn't a character to Mel. She leaves the TARDIS by going, yeah, that's right, Doctor, I'm done. Bye. I don't want to travel the world, time and space with you. Instead, I'm going to go travel space with this weird criminal guy. Don't ask how I'm going to get home. I don't think I care. Bye. So when that's what you have to work with, like, maybe it did affect her, you know? Like, she was a bit of a nothing burger in the classics. Not to the fault of Mel, probably because we're in JNT and he doesn't do, like, character drama. But, you know, to be fair, he didn't have much to work with that meeting. Right. Do we want to talk about how the fact that Time Lords are sterile?
I
don't mind that the Time Lords are sterile, like, as a plot point.
Didn't they, like, talk about that before in the show at some point?
Okay, so how Gallifrey got destroyed last time, right? The Master got upset, and he killed everybody. They call it the genetic explosion. I think this is something that's kind of been retconned in from the 14th Doctor. I don't think it's really explained exactly how the Master managed to single-handedly topple Gallifrey when, like, the Daleks couldn't do that at the height of their power. But, again, my knowledge of that era of Doctor Who was not the tightest. However, I feel the episode kind of fails on its own merit. So this is what the Ronnie says. She saw the explosion coming, had a split second, flipped my DNA, made a biological sidestep, and survived. So I guess this was something that Ronnie just had willing to press on a whim at any moment, pre-set up, and also she just sensed that it was going to happen because of her spidey senses. I mean, the Lord High President of Gallifrey couldn't sense it, the Celestial Intervention Agency couldn't sense it, the Division couldn't sense it, the entire High Council couldn't sense it. So, like, I don't know why the Ronnie could, but... All right. I guess Susan also would have done something similar, because come to think of it, we've never gotten an answer to that. But then, like, we get that the Time Lords are sterile, because the genetic explosion didn't kill everyone. It just made them sterile. So come to think of it, I don't know why the Ronnie would have had to escape, but also they did escape the genetic explosion, yet are also sterile because of the genetic explosion. Also, what happened to the Time Lords is the Master killed them all, turned the corpses littering the capital into Cybermen, and so I don't know why making them sterile would help. Did it kill them and make them sterile?
I think killing somebody in general would make them sterile.
You've gotta... Look, I have faith in science if it's soon enough, but I don't think we want to go down this path.
I think there are consent issues if we go down that path.
I don't think we want to go down this path, but you are right long term. Like, I just don't... We'll get to the timeless children at some point, but I just don't think that's what happened. But even if it is, the Ronnie was affected yet also escaped. So... It also opens the door. If they weren't sterile, would that have been the Ronnie's plan instead, to just have a kid with the Doctor?
Seduce the Doctor?
He might be down for it. Like, hey, we're the last ones. We gotta rebuild Gallifrey. He's like, you right. You know, like, maybe.
I did think it was funny when they asked if doesn't Poppy solve everything, and the Ronnie went, yes, and then there was a big pause.
She doesn't say yes. Does she?
I think someone does.
Well,
or someone's like, wouldn't that solve everything? And
yeah,
then there's
Mel
this whole
does.
moment.
And, well, this
and then of
bothered
course
me
she
too.
becomes racist.
No, this is one of my problems, right? I have this note a little down. Poppy's half human, so we can't use her DNA, right? The Ronnie is racist, let's make this clear. But that's not racism, that's fact. They need Time Lord DNA. Poppy is half human, so they don't have a complete set of Time Lord DNA. They're not trying to remake a society. They're trying to bring a species back from the dead. And to bring the species, you need their DNA. I'm sure the Doctor could be like, you're a racist. Like, it's half human, who cares? It doesn't matter, right? But everyone in the room reacted like it was so obvious that she was racist, but I was obviously paying very close attention to this 7 minutes of exposition, and when they got to that line, I was like, wait, what do you mean? She needs a Time Lord DNA.
Can you not?
And they don't have that.
Can you not, like, take the Time Lord part out, like a piece of pie?
Well, how do you separate it?
I don't know. They got fancy. They can travel through time. They can probably cut the pie.
I mean, if you really want to split hairs, are you telling me the Time Lord can't grow? This episode is dependent on space babies, an episode where humanity grows babies in tubes. I thought we were going to introduce looms, the method by which the Time Lords produce new Time Lords in some of the EU. What? Ronnie's a biologist. Can we not solve this problem with biology?
I think everything would have made more sense if Daughter Poppy had just been Space Baby Poppy, and the Space Babies, like you had suggested, were an experiment by the Ronnie to remake Time Lord.
Show she can't get pure enough DNA, because hers is messed up. Funny enough, we totally skip by the point that the Doctor solves them. I guess it's because he's sterile. That's the point. Okay, fair enough. I assume. We didn't actually bring it up, but the Doctor does seem to solve this problem. At least you could have more minds on the issue, but I can't believe we made the Time Lord sterile but didn't introduce looms. That's just... I thought that we were introducing looms. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with Alex, but at that point you are, like, writing a different episode. Maybe have her fail. It just... Humanity did it. Can we not? I don't understand. Also, the Doctor has the only TARDIS in the existence. This isn't like... Gallifrey is just sitting there in space. This isn't like the Time War. This has actually been brought up how irresponsible it is during the Chibnall era to just leave Gallifrey there with, like, all its horrific weapons of mass destruction and TARDISes and secrets. But I guess they got eaten? I don't know. Somehow... There's been a lot of somehow this major thing happened recently. And somehow the universe got undestroyed. But somehow it was only half the universe that got destroyed in the first place. But somehow, I'll get to it. You saw it pop up, but we have rules on how we read chat. I like somehow the Ronnie survived, but somehow they were also affected. But somehow all the TARDISes were destroyed. But somehow, you know, there's a lot of but somehow. Thank you.
Cutting out a little bit for me. I don't know if that's going through to the stream.
Chat.
You might need to. It might be your. I don't know how far away you are from the mic and the duo
I'm
setup you
fine.
have.
Alex might be cutting out, but
Hey.
that chat let
That's
us
chat,
know
that's
how our audio's doing. David C, thank you for the $20. He has $20 for an eventual Gallifreyan sterility telethon to raise money for the fact that the Gallifreyans are sterile. This episode did not end with Gallifrey in a stable position, which is upsetting. I mean, it's status quo. What is it? I guess we've now established there can't be more Time Lords, which of course is inevitably gonna... Someone's gotta make looms. Someone's gonna come in and make looms. I don't even like the concept of looms in general. I'm like, for God's sake, just accept the Doctor had sex once. Like...
Question.
Yeah.
Theoretically, if they bring back Susan, they could have a non-sterile time lady.
But depends how Susan's back. Presumably, she was
Because
affected.
she wasn't affected by the genetic burning or whatever.
Well, we need to answer how, because in last season, the genetic burnings went out through all time and space and affected every Time Lord everywhere, except the Doctor
know
and
that
Master.
part.
No, that was Devil's Cord, I think. I'm pretty sure it was Devil's Cord, but it was an episode last season that... I think that's the one that introduced the genetic explosion, because I'm pretty sure it was never addressed how the Master killed all the Gallifreyans. Because, you know...
You know, I'll say, just because the Doctor's sterile does not mean he cannot get busy.
Yeah. But it
So
won't make time.
if they want him to not have sex, they better try harder than that.
They gotta try harder. I think we talked about this, the whole, like, find a stupid blonde Earth girl, and there you are. So did we? Like, how is it coincidence that Ruby was this cosmically important being connected to the god of death, but Miss Flood chose
think
her?
it was... I think they didn't explain it really. That's the explanation they gave, and I think it was just Miss Flood being Miss Flood.
The most...
mean.
No, that was other Ronnie, but the most favorite... Well, actually, you might be right. The most favorable read of that line, the critical explanation of why Miss Flood has been in the past 2 seasons is, I have a reason, I'm not going to tell you, and instead I'm going to make a dig at your character.
Yeah.
Which, honestly,
That's my read.
I haven't actually gone through them all. I don't think it's even right. How many of the companions have really been blonde? You've got Martha, Donna, Amy, Rory, Jack. Nardole was bald. Maybe he was blonde. I'll discount him. Bill, Yaz, Graham. Actually, maybe Graham was... Does Graham have white hair? I don't think so. And Ryan.
Are you listing blondes or non-blondes?
Non-blondes.
Oh, I was about to say, that's a lot of
Because then,
blondes.
and Belinda. That's 10. I'm probably forgetting companions. I could put Adam in there. Mickey was not blonde. We got Ruby, Rose. I genuinely think that might be it for blonde companions in the modern era. Classic had more blondes, but a lot of them weren't from Earth, like Romana. So... Also, a lot of it was black and white, and I genuinely don't know what color their hair is. Like, I don't even think it's... There hasn't been a blonde girl in ages. Dan might have been blonde. Was Dan blonde? You wouldn't
He also
know.
wasn't a woman.
Well, that's not important right now.
It says find a
It
dumb
does.
blonde girl.
It does.
I will say, sort of bouncing off that line, Ruby... I liked Ruby in this episode a lot. I think it was one of my favorite Ruby episodes, just kind of blanketly. I'd have to really think on that.
I've
But
always liked
I
Ruby.
did like Ruby in
Yeah.
this episode specifically, and a lot of her small moments and small lines, especially when Miss Flood was like, "I just had to find a dumb blonde girl," and Ruby was like, "Excuse me."
Ruby
There were a lot of those Ruby moments in this episode.
is generic, and I would take, like, anything interesting over her any day. But I've always liked Ruby. Like, if Ruby came out 15 years ago, brilliant. You know? but you're just at the point now where even Belinda kind of lost a lot of her like ability to challenge the Doctor and do all that. The point where it's like, yeah, Doctor is the dad of my child. I'm like, yeah, I watched the Doctor torture a man, but Doctor, you're the greatest person I've ever met, or whatever she said.
The most amazing man in the
Yeah.
world.
No, you bring up the torture first.
Sorry, wonderful.
You don't open with your most wonderful. You bring up the torture part first, you know? To be fair, you're the most amazing man in the world, but
Wonderful.
was the sentence. However, I still feel like we did really lose her. If this was like a longer season or more seasons, it would have worked more. But this got me. Miss Flood even mentions the line like, "God blimey, look at that police box. I was pretending." Should I pull up the scene where she like drops her groceries in surprise when no one is around when she sees the TARDIS dematerialize and then changes her behavior fundamentally to sit there and wait for the TARDIS? Or do you just want to trust that that's how the scene went? Because that's been brought up a lot. It's a minor thing, sure, but to be fair, everything else about her I feel works. I mean, it's worth pointing out that Zorani's plans didn't come up when she was with Ruby, so I'm not actually sure her plan worked to go to a dumb blonde, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's the half-human note. Oh yeah, so Belinda takes issue, right? And the Doctor, I didn't put who quote this, but the specific reason we cannot recreate Gallifrey, take her up on, let's get the Time Lords back, let's leave Earth alone, because I don't care about Earth at all. You can have it. I just want Gallifrey, right? The reason the Doctor gives isn't the Time Lords are corrupt, bad, whatever, is that Poppy specifically would cease to exist. And Earth, as a consequence of not undoing the wish, would stay as Conrad's world. And, like, I understand. I could get that an option Belinda takes is a firm, no, it's my baby. I can obviously understand the Doctor looking for Plan B. Am I the only one who thinks this is a perfectly viable option A? Of, okay, it's one person who is also, like, yes, a person, but also didn't exist till, like, 5 minutes ago and is, like, 4. So wouldn't really even be able to be terrified or understand what's going on. And again, they will have never existed once it's all done and done, so who suffered? No one.
I think that in the top of my critiques notes, it does say directly, in reference to this scene when Belinda makes all her points, is it fighting so hard for Poppy, who does not exist, and
Shelley,
Belinda, who is not a mom,
is right there. Rose is right there, and as a consequence of the wish existing, did not exist. And neither of them stand up and go, I have seen the camp of the disabled in London alone. Do you know how many trans people are on this planet? And you're saying your fictional daughter is worth more to them than not only us, this whole group of people that won't exist or have to live in this torment, but everyone in what you've described as a 1950s hellscape.
Mm-hmm.
And no, that we have 15 minutes of hello everyone and 7 minutes of exposition, and we couldn't get rid of any of those 21 minutes for that actual interesting part of the episode. What? What do you mean? This is peak Doctor Who.
Astral VR actually makes a good point. If he really
sorry.
wanted, he could have gotten the actual Poppy from Space Babies and acted like nothing happened.
I don't think you could replace your child with a new pet from the pet store just because it looks similar and they won't notice. Like, that would have its own implications, you know? Although, I mean, that is literally adopting a new child to replace the one that died, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think that's a perfect solution. Granted, adopting the orphan from space in the future is a good thing, but you know, I don't know if it's a one-to-one here. Yeah, no, I'm actually even more mad that now with that. Because, like, obviously the doctor's not going to go with that solution. But we have two people here who really should be bringing this up and are like, meh. Pursue option B, but by God, keep that one on the table. You know? Unit Tower is heavily armed in the middle of London. That might be a war crime, but I'm not going to check, and I could also be wrong. Unbeknownst to the people, add that to the list of Lucky Day issues. Especially given shout-outs to the rear guns on the Unit Tower, which are like 2 stories above the building behind Unit. There you go. Look at that. You can see it a bit. I'm just going to let it play till I get to the... Yeah, okay, there you go. Look at that. Is that a helipad?
It may be.
That one can probably hit the city. It's pointing down. But that one, again, I think Conrad might have had a point in Lucky Day. Just maybe. Just maybe.
But you're skipping past in this scene the best line of the episode.
Oh.
The doctor's yelling that she's provoking the Bone Beast, the greatest euphemism to cross across this whole season.
I did not notice that.
Is that what the kids call it these days?
The big tower is provoking the Bone Beast? Is that what this
Ronnie
episode's
was
about?
Provoking the Bone Beast.
No, the Ronnie agitated the atoms in the big tower and it provoked the Bone Beast. That's the episode. Don't look at me like that.
Is that what the kids call it these days?
Maybe. That's what Russell T Davies calls it, I guess. He is gay, so he would know.
He frequently provokes the Bone Beast.
He would know. Whoops, there go my notes. This was a point. Unit has an indigo device, which is
That's not how you spell indigo.
I am rushing to type these as the episode
You should see how I spelled the word critiques in my notes. It's wrong.
You try typing the notes in real time. That's the teleporter thing Ruby wears, that indigo device. This is actually a reference to season 4's finale, where it wasn't working, but I guess they solved that. I'm fine with that. This is a broader point that I feel this episode was really self-referential in a way that, unlike an episode I praised previously, I think Song Contest, it just kind of felt like it was referencing for the sake of doing it. Aside from like Mel or Rose, Shirley, a lot of people we have established, although gave a lot of time to showing up, despite, in my mind, them being current characters in the show. Spoiler warning, Martha's going to come back in season 4 for an episode, and she doesn't get anywhere near as big a reaction, even though that's a returning character from, like, as old as, say, Ruby. That we had the indigo device. We have, like, the clips from Day of the Daleks, the live chess scene. We've got Jodie Whittaker. We've got there were a lot of random little references. We got Omega, of course. I got the Ronnies. It's jam-packed with things that have been in Doctor Who before, and none of them are inherently bad, especially on their own, or even necessarily together. But when the episode itself doesn't feel like it's adding anything new, when I've had to check out, because at this point I realize the plot doesn't make sense, so that anything could happen that they want to happen by just writing an explanation that might not work, I check out. I'm still watching it, but what's the point in engaging when literally anything could happen?
Yeah.
The opening to this is the magic door that doesn't even use the door that was right there. But just have the hotel door look one way and the outside door look the other, like the classic TARDIS. That was all that's left. Is like, okay, you're just referencing... I'd love to be watching Journey's End right now, and I don't even like Journey's End that much. Oh yeah, that's a bit of news. Astral VR. Carrie Gill... Okay, it's not as big news as you think it might be. Carrie Gillan and Arthur Duval... actually have not heard either of their names. It's Amy and Rory are coming back for a special episode of Doctor Who Confidential with a lot of people. Hey, Billy Piper being in that episode makes more sense now. I think Moffat and Chibnall will be there. Loads of people from across the show. I don't know if that's going to be broadcast internationally. Confidential's been free on YouTube for like this season, so might be there. But also that might be America. I don't know. Who's the German Amazon person? Let us know if you get Doctor Who Confidential on YouTube. Here's a point I noticed, right? Does the Ronnie only have a flying scooter so that the Doctor can steal it?
Ooh.
Evidently, she can teleport in and out of the Bone Palace, even though other people can't. We see the Flood teleport out of the Bone Palace, so presumably she wasn't minced. Maybe she was. Maybe she forgot. Oh, actually, did they lower the defenses at that point? Fair enough. Maybe that's it. However, some of the hallways are not protected, so you can still teleport into those, and the point stands. And so when I noticed that was also something that felt cheap. However, I think I've just noticed the lower fins are shaped like a pelvis, and that is fun. Right? That's a pelvis. It's a,
Yeah, it's something
pelvis
bony.
turned into a flying machine. But it's a pelvis, maybe a vertebrae. I really love the Bone Palace aesthetic. It's shocking how good it is. New TARDIS, please.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not bad.
Hey, I think 15's TARDIS is now the TARDIS that's had the most doctors, at least in the modern. Maybe classic too, because 4 had several. 5, 6, and 7. That changed. 4 and 5 had different TARDISes, although 5 probably had some at the start. I don't remember about 3 and 4. 1, 2, and 3 didn't have the same. 3, 4, and 5 could not have had the same. So yeah, this is now the most doctors for a TARDIS is the
emptiest TARDIS.
Yeah, assuming it doesn't change, but the set is still standing. So I'm hoping
it does.
I'd be very surprised if they tear it down because Russell T Davies loves it so much.
I'm praying.
Really?
Even if I like or dislike a TARDIS set, I really enjoy that they change.
Oh, you're praying it changes. I thought you were praying it's the same. I don't mind it. No. It could be worse, but by God, could it be better? We finally put furniture in the thing, and like I've been saying, it doesn't work. It's too cramped. It just looks random. It could get worse. But honestly, when we're spending so little time in the TARDIS, which I wish we spent more, I kind of don't really mind that it looks okay, If we spent more time in it, I'd want it to be great. Since we're spending like maybe 2 minutes every 3 episodes, it's okay. It works. It serves its purpose. Love the console, though. Console's great. Always been great. I did like this. Ruby teleports into Conrad's office, right? And like not a second later, he's already pointing a gun. He was just ready. He'd been standing there pointing a gun at his desk for hours. Oh, that's what that thing in the TARDIS was. Love that lamp. Look at this. Tell me this isn't a TARDIS bedroom. It's a bone palace.
I didn't think it was very convenient and cheap and funny that
Why does
Conrad
he
just
have
has a gun.
Why did the Ronnies let him have it? Did they give it specifically for Ruby? This is more the funny thing we'd poke fun at, but in an episode like this, it's just I loved when we were watching Sailor Moon. I think I've told you about this, Caden. There's a scene where like this little chibi anime girl kind of shows up to Sailor Moon.
Yeah, when Chibi
and then
shows up
she just pulls out a Glock. Just a straight up Glock in like season 2. I bet Sailor Moon Gun will get it. Sailor Moon Gun.
Yep.
There you go. It's
crazy.
Hang on, let me get it for chat. There you go. There you go. She just pulls out a Glock. And like it's season 2. This anime does not have guns. But I was like, oh my god, she just pulled out a Glock.
She also likes the Techno Wizard in season 2.
Yeah, that's a weird show that refuses to commit to any genre. And
In
to
its
be fair,
butthole.
it invented a genre, but
It didn't invent a genre, but it.
what are they doing now? They're trying to find the Holy Grail, like the actual Holy Grail.
Yeah.
It's a weird. It refuses. It just refuses.
That's funny.
It kind of like set the status quo for what current modern day magic girls are, but it did not create the genre.
I bet they don't have Glocks in modern day magic girls.
They do not have Glocks,
There you go.
which is a shame. More magic girl
It does.
anime
It
should
you know,
have
if we are
Glocks.
looking for historical accuracy, it looks far more like a Browning.
Whoa, Caden, you think
It's funny you
Japan
say
knows what a
Glock.
gun is? I don't know.
It's funnier,
No, I'm saying you. This is you, not them.
Ah.
it's funnier to say that the anime girl pulled out a Glock.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows what a Glock is. A gun.
This one really got me on the second watch through. Right now, the Ronnie's delivering line to the doctor, "You're a lord of time and space, now act like it." Perfectly fine. In the character for the Ronnie, it's like, dude, stop pretending you're not with your pets. She is literally standing next to Miss Flood, though. And honestly, "You're a lord of time and space, now act like it," sums up my feelings towards Miss Flood for the past 3 episodes.
Yeah, no, agreed.
That Ronnie's making Miss Flood, like, basically wear a French maid costume. Is that just been me? That's always how I've seen it. Is like, I think it's actually a
there's a line-
police officer's uniform, isn't it? But it's always read French maid to me, just because of how subservient Miss Flood is being.
There's a line earlier in the episode when Miss Flood meets Ruby, and she says, "I obviously stepped down and served
Yeah.
the mistress." Hated
Yep.
that.
Now
Hated
what,
that.
too? Because the mistress is dead. Is the Ronnie...
Now she's probably gonna be cool again.
Well, does Miss Flood reclaim the mantle of, like, definitive? Or is she just the reject who should have died because of the regeneration? Like, how...
don't even
Of course, it's obvious, but how should it work for the people in the
Yeah.
back who aren't paying attention? I mean, look, if we give her a crack at the whip, fine. But you realize, unless we bring back this Ronnie, who honestly was killing it, I don't know why we got rid of her. The Master has come back from worse. This is a problem, by the way, that we can see Omega eat the Ronnie, then disappear to another dimension and assume she's going to be back. That's not good. But, like, Miss Flood's going to have to regenerate at some point, you know? Which opens the door to questions about David Tennant and other doctors, that every time we get into anything regeneration, we create a point for the doctor's just going to go live his own life as 14 and 15. They split, and a point for eventually 14 becomes 15. It's actually amazing how much we keep a 50-50 split of contradictions. I hope no one ever explains. Honestly, that's what no one should ever explain it, because then we can both be happy. Both sides can be right. And the day someone explains it, everyone's going to be mad. Somehow, even the people who agree with it are going to be mad. This is more like Lucky Day slander. But Ruby in this scene admits that Conrad's world could be a lot worse, apparently with guns. I never got that. Did Conrad like guns? Because I might have just dropped
did not
that
get
bullet
that.
point. Like, we're not in America, you know? But anyway, Conrad genuinely tried to help. He tried to make people safe, fed, and warm. He tried...
Except the disabled.
Well, that he didn't see them. It's not that he went, "Oh, the disabled aren't going to be warm." It's that he didn't think of it. Arguably, the only flaws in his utopia are where what he was unaware of or personally blind to. Which, like, yeah, you know, if I tried to make a utopia, I don't know about everything. So, like, I'd miss some people. And my main point is that this is, first off, exactly what I said I wanted Wishworld to do, is tackle the fact that Conrad has genuinely tried to make a utopia. In many ways has succeeded. He doesn't seem to be racist, as we pointed out, but is still a dystopia. And the fact that it is not 100% bad would have been great to tackle, because I think a lot of people in the audience would really struggle with the idea of, like, a half Trump supporter or something like that. Or like someone who is sexist but not racist, or some of the more nuanced. Great. But also, this once again proves Lucky Day wrong, which might I remind you was this season, that Conrad genuinely believed in what he's doing. Or at the very least, both Ruby and Shelley were wrong in that scene where they psychoanalyzed Conrad. He's like, nah, he's just power hungry. Nah, he was just never loved as a child or something. Like, you can try and force to use a problematic phrase, the daddy issues, into the whole reason he's doing all of this. But that doesn't change the fact that it's his whatever unnamed problems with his father are leading him to genuinely try and make the world better, albeit in a misguided way. It's just more Lucky Day slander. What did I give Lucky Day? 5? 7 point... I think I've been generous. I'm going to say that. I think I've been generous this season. What's my average? 7.2? 1? You know what?
7.12.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
7.12. That's fair. Actually, that's fair. Yeah, Ronnie gets eaten. I don't know. That Ronnie was so good. I could see us bringing her back. Oh, hi. Yeah. Yeah,
I'll say eating the Ronnie, I liked it. Big win. I don't like that Ronnie. I agree that she was good, although why does she exist? Kill one of them. And now we can.
Setting aside the fact that the universe is now in a better state for you, right? Personally, for preference. That was just anticlimactic as hell. And
yes.
Yeah. Like,
even for me.
That was
I was happy she was dead, but could have been cooler.
Why? Why did we even have her?
It was a footnote in the whole episode. Yeah, that's why did we have her?
Just be threatening and evil. Did they think Miss Flood was too nice?
It would have made more sense if they ate Miss Flood.
Did they cast Miss Flood in season 1 to be harmless? Realize, at least by their standards, that she couldn't be the Ronnie. Like, she couldn't be convincing as some evil, vicious person, and cast someone younger? Is that what happened? I almost wonder if that's what happened. But, like, look at Peter Capaldi and his attack eyebrows. I bet Miss Flood could have done a Ronnie. Yeah, I don't know. This is not from me. This is from Reddit. But it's come up a lot, and I just want to point out that the Doctor cannot have a sonic screwdriver that looks normal because it looks too much like a gun, and he doesn't want kids running around like playing with guns in the backyard. Quick! Fire the Vindicator with the power of 1 billion supernovas straight into Omega's head to send him back into hell. And I guess the back of his skull is real strong, though. You know what? I actually like the let's not have kids run around playing with guns in the backyard. But, again, Russell, why even lie about the reason? You know, you just liked it. We know you just liked it. And then you added a reason post-justification. That's okay. You can just like bad things, Russell.
I also feel like 1 billion supernovas would be a little more powerful than that.
Well, again, I'm like, I don't think it can channel all that energy. Look, there's bigger things. As the newbies, how did Zombie Omega do for you?
I liked him.
Design.
Oh yeah, you've actually met Omega, Caden.
Immediately, I was like, oh, I thought I was fully expecting, like, because I saw the original Omega costume. I was expecting a guy. And then this massive hand came out, and I went, oh, we're doing Sutek again. And I was like, okay, this is weird. But I very quickly got over it, and I was like, all right, yeah, I guess he's
yeah, because he's only on for 2 minutes.
That's true, yeah.
I hope we forget about this. And I feel Big Finish will not. Or they might try and justify it. Big Finish seems to have been going into let's justify what's broken modes. Even things that aren't. They've kind of retroactively assumed that the placement of the last master in terms of regeneration is some ambiguous open mystery, even though it's not. It was a wishful fan theory originally. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This is a nitpick, but it is still something that bothers me, and I can't find the screen. But how does Ruby know to kiss the baby?
I thought about that too.
Or does
Not
Ruby
a clue.
just kiss the baby?
Just doesn't. Ruby just kisses the baby
Ruby
and then happens to blow it out.
Ruby just kisses the Well, maybe that's what you do. That's like an English thing. It actually has nothing to do with the wish, despite the visual effect. That's just what they
Everyone
do.
just does that.
Yeah, that's what you do to a baby. There you go. Alex,
I could believe that,
kissing
honestly.
The pugs. Oh my goodness, I'm happy now. Can we call out that Ruby wished Conrad would be happy, and then when they wished to end the wish, Conrad just ceased to exist. I was like, oh wow, is that the secret to happiness? Just, I guess.
Can't be sad
fade.
if you don't exist.
Let's take back some steps here and say that the answer to becoming happy is not to cease to exist.
Kissing babies.
But in the context of the two things that the episode's happening, I thought it was funny. And also, Conrad still does exist as a fundamentally different individual.
And he's very happy.
He also lost his podcast, which I assume was successful. This
money wasn't what made him happy.
This season
successful
has a
enough for
big
doing
problem with just like fundamentally changing everything about someone, being like, that's the same person. I'm like, I might disagree. No, sci-fi in general. Again, I've said this before. No one really addresses how horrific temporal genocide is. It's... Yeah. You can hear our very happy pug. Alex is in an armchair we brought over by the desk. Yeah, there's the TARDIS looks bad with furniture note. I also swear that the walkway around the console was not that big before, but like it has to have been. It just looked a lot bigger to fit the furniture in. Was I the only one? No. The walkway around the console looks like it was made bigger to fit furniture, which it couldn't have been. Like, that's a set. But I don't know. I just wanted to call that out.
I can't say I clicked it.
Oh gosh, this bothered me too. It was when it's like, hey, can't we just wish for Poppy? And the doctor's like, then she might vanish. Yeah, but she might not. Is it gonna make it worse? Maybe we could, like, cast our net wide, all our eggs in multiple baskets. No. Just, she might not vanish. I don't know. Also found it funny when the doctor wishes for no more wishes, the baby cries. I even made a joke to Alex at the time.
I didn't realize that.
Like, yeah, thanks. Guess my life's pointless now. God of wishes. Who's also just like a human baby. Well, that's a,
can of worms.
That's a thing. Big Finish. That's the comics problem. That sounds like what the comics would do.
That chair is so inconveniently placed.
It is. This
How
is
are you gonna walk through that?
From the Reddit, by the way. When like Ruby's family adopts the baby. Ruby probably should have adopted the baby. Oh my god.
Also, I like that they give him the same name he was originally going to have, Joseph.
I didn't realize that.
I didn't realize that.
That's a massive coincidence. But I'm glad you liked it.
Because that was
seventh
his
foster
true name
child.
all
That's
along,
fine.
not the Deidre's.
I'll name him after Joseph, my great grandfather. That's my cherry. Hope you enjoyed it.
Good cherry.
This was from the Reddit, but I like the joke. The Sonic can now commit benefits fraud. Because the doctor puts the Sonic up, it's like, not anymore,
just
paperwork
waves it away.
sorted. Literally a crime. Now, to be fair, of course, justified, right? But why not just have Unit do it? They've done this before many times. Like, then it'd actually be legit. That's a nitpick, but I liked the joke, and now the Sonic can commit benefits fraud. I talked about this at the start. It kind of struck me in this scene just how chill Belinda was with suddenly having a child. Especially because motherhood has never been something she's expressed a desire for in this episode.
Now she's just a mother through and through.
Even if there was a line where she's like, I just want to live a normal life, find a guy, settle down, have a kid. bam, so much of this episode becomes a lot better. But,
Yeah.
I mean, like, at this point, she clearly is happy to have a kid, but it feels
Yeah.
like it comes...
How'd we get here?
she's not panicking about any of the genuinely real things that new parents who have had 9 months to prep panic about. Like, how you don't have a car seat for your car. Do you have a car? What? How are you going to get the kid around? Do you have a bike for the kid? Probably not. You going to afford that? You have a flat in London. You're busy with a doctor. You got a sitter? You know. But also, she kind of abandons, like, I got home, but I want to travel now.
Yeah.
So... But also, when the reality changes, I don't, and that's a can of worms. This nitpick, right? It's always cold in here, but for the first time, it's too warm. That's the TARDIS accommodating. Nitpick 1 to Poppy in a coat that's pretty big. But if the TARDIS accommodates, why is it always cold? Come on.
Good question.
Why?
That is a good question.
I like the TARDIS accommodating, but why is it cold? If it like maybe you could put a joke about the Doctor liking it cold, or Time Lords run hotter, and the TARDIS it now has some kind of baby fever. I guess that's a fun joke, but I was like, oh, then why is it cold? Here is a detail someone else noticed. I did not. I just realized this heated blanket isn't even turned on, Alex.
We'll turn it on.
I did. Poppy's coat, this is why we actually draw attention to it, gets smaller over time.
Tiny, and then
And
it
I
disappears.
didn't clock that. That was
I
funny.
clocked it, and that's
it's
why I
funny-
started getting so upset so soon.
I thought we were going to get the first 1 out of 10 just from Alex over here.
I was very
clocked it-
perturbed.
I saw it before I realized it was disappearing, and I was getting upset with the camera angles. I was like, this is such a stupid edit. Why do they keep cutting back to their hands? And then the Doctor wiped his hands, and it was gone. I was like, oh, that just like shrank before my eyes.
This is a common criticism, and I kind of agree. Alex, plug your ears. It won't make you happy. I kind of don't really care about Poppy for how much of the episode she's been dedicated to her. Like, she's a person, and so she shouldn't die, but, like, I'm not invested. Why should I care about her more than Unit Soldier number 5?
Because she's named. Everybody knows named characters hold more value.
Yeah, like, remind me, what's the name of the guy who's got a thing for Kate?
Chad or some shit.
Some
white guy
Again,
name.
if it was actually a daughter we'd built up to, because, for example, she existed, even if I didn't care about Poppy, I'd care about Belinda, or at least, I'd hopefully would.
But I get
it's a
attached
baby.
to children characters very
It's a
easily.
baby. You liked baby. Done. What'd you give Space Babies again? 9?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you had a baby. You liked baby. 7. Really? You gave
My-
Space Babies a 7?
Belief of how good this scene is and how much I enjoy this scene are completely different.
Wait, which was which?
I think it was fine. I haven't even thought about how good I think it is because of how much I enjoyed it for a very specific reason.
Okay.
Because and almost the entire like next 5 or 10 minutes of this episode, I love so much because in a show like Doctor Who, where we can blow up the TARDIS and not talk about it, I was assuming I didn't know how much of the episode was left here.
I did not know this was an hour when I went in. When he fired at Sutek, I'm like, I think we're finishing.
I didn't know how long. So I thought the episode was about to end and Poppy was gone. And it always bothers me
Yeah, I was
when a
very
main
upset.
character is very disturbed and they like laugh it off. They're like, "Oh, what are you talking about? You're being silly," and all these sorts of things. And so I thought that was literally going to be it. They were going to say, Ruby, you're just imagining things. And then they go on and the episode ends. And then for the rest of the scene, Ruby fought for it. And then they go into Unit and Ruby
I bet
fights
it
for
did.
it.
I bet that's the original ending. Is it just ended?
It
Because
very
again,
well might, and that bothers me so much.
You can't have baby on the TARDIS for like realistically. Because even when it disappeared, I'm kind of like, well, duh. like, there's the answer. We can't have the baby on the TARDIS.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
you're
thought.
not a
But then
coward.
Ruby remembered. And so then they dragged it out for the next 3 scenes, which I love because in this show, they have been allowed to get away with some things where they laugh at another character or like the TARDIS explodes and we don't talk about it. And the fact that another character was fighting against like in a horror movie when someone says, "Did you hear that over there?" and someone's like, "Ah, nah, you're crazy."
I
And
will
it's like, why would
say-
you even ever say that?
Other than Ruby, I don't think they're disturbed. They just flat out don't remember it.
Exactly, but they can see how upset Ruby is. And if
Oh, yeah.
someone I really
I-
cared about in my life came up to me sobbing,
Okay.
like, "You had a child,"
I
I'd be
have
worried.
a note.
I can't wait to prank you.
Is the Doctor just out of character from this moment on? This is the Doctor. And like Ruby is clearly freaking out, but not only is he just casually dismissing it, which feels weird for the Doctor, he's downright condescending when she's like, there's a girl, Poppy. He's like, Poppy was a long time ago on a planet far away, you 3-year-old idiot.
Well, so I
Like,
thought
he felt
the
out of
Doctor
character.
did remember because in this scene he winks.
I
at
noticed
Ruby
that. That was weird.
distinctly. So
That-
I thought
that
he
was weird.
remembered Poppy, but he made this sacrifice and let Poppy go. And I was like, "Oh, that's heartbreaking." And then they go back to Unit, and he doesn't actually remember Poppy. So what is he winking at?
I would have liked a version where we didn't reshoot it, where he sent Belinda off. He's like, oh, I gotta grab something with Ruby. Or it's like, oh, Ruby, didn't you leave that thing in your bedroom? And then he actually went like, I know, but like,
Had to kill her. Or
I
something.
can't do anything about it. And
Yeah.
Belinda,
Doesn't know.
I want Belinda to be like something like that. That could have been a lot of the depth that I want from 15. You know, like there's a deeper character there who chose to make that sacrifice. He's like, I will never forget. But there's a very similar thing actually that happens with Amy and Rory, where the Doctor basically carries this secret knowledge, so that because there's nothing he can do, there's no point in telling Amy. So let Amy be ignorant and happy, kind of thing. But it obviously affects him.
Yeah. And the wink, I thought he knew with the wink, and then he didn't. And I'm still happy that Ruby didn't let what I assumed was going to be poor, just irritating writing, personally. But the wink is just confusing now. I don't know. Maybe they actually did write off Poppy to die.
I can't find the scene. There it is.
Yeah.
Is that the old diploma or the new one? Because I'm wondering if the diploma is now infinitely old, which is something I brought up.
It is the one that Belinda got at the beginning of the season is the one that got ripped away from her. She still had it. The doctor said, you're going to need this. The older one got burned
older and newer
when
is wrong,
Al
yeah.
burned.
But then it
And
works.
So
it
this
works.
is the original one.
It is the one that has not been to like that planet's past already.
Correct.
He just casually throws it randomly, which I'm not sure about.
Yes.
But
You can also clearly see he doesn't throw it and hands it to someone.
also, wait, hang on. The robots found it. Oh yeah, the robots went back in time when they brought the diploma back. I remember. I was gonna say he didn't time travel, but I mean, it's complete, but it's kind of, I don't know. It felt a bit cheap.
Astral VR, you're thinking of Anita. That's the Time Hotel lady's name. Her name's Anita.
I don't know. I kind of got the vibe of like, I mean, I guess we closed that. Why was it open in the first place? I guess. Is it just a bit pointless?
I think.
Maybe that's the price we pay. Sure, Moffat's timelines can be messy often, especially the ones that span seasons. But they are interesting. You know? Maybe that's the price.
Of having a mystery in these seasons is that when we get the answer, it's going to suck. But at least we were curious or
I have
something.
not anymore. I have not read Daniel Hardcastle's big sci-fi time travel plot that is pitched as if you're the kind of person who's ever been angry at an episode of Doctor Who, but also has like a sonic screwdriver in reach right now, this is the book for you. Because it was like, I'm going to spend like 12 years to write a time travel book with no plot holes.
That's funny.
And I haven't got it yet. I think I should, but
Yeah, I think you
that's
should.
been a mess. No, like I mean, I pre-ordered it, years ago, but there's a lot of weirdness, and I changed addresses, and I think I should be getting it, but it's been really weird. I think the company that published has gone defunct, but I'm expecting it. Why can Ruby remember Poppy? We had that as Doctor out of character. Yeah, because here's why I think the reshoots start. I might have mentioned this. There is no reason for the Doctor to go back to Unit HQ right now.
He could reminisce. He could be fun. He could say, thanks, guys.
He could. That's not super him. But I think, didn't before he did the diploma, he's like, I gotta get you home. It's like, I don't live here.
Well, this is the night before the day he needs to get Belinda home, so maybe they...
God, no, what's today?
It is
Gosh,
the 23rd.
man.
It is becoming the...
It's the 24th, because they saw midnight.
Yes. 4th.
So, wait, Belinda hasn't left home yet. Because Belinda needs to get back to the day she left, May the 24th?
Well, it just turned to the 24th in that room. It's like midnight 23rd.
But in the Interstellar Song Contest, when they say the world ended on May 24th, Belinda says, that's the day I left. Something's wrong here. Are there two Belindas? Is she going to go home and see herself? That's why he went to Unit.
He was buying time.
But Jodie's after this scene, and they reference changing face. But maybe the Doctor says, if I get this wrong, I'm going to be your last face. I swear Jodie's on camera when he alludes to the fact he's about to regenerate.
Yes.
Because I paid attention to that on the second watch through, but I didn't watch. I mean, you could have got like a blonde woman in a gray coat, blurry, filmed from the back to like get that in there, you know? But I can't imagine Jodie was... She's got to have made a statement. I don't know. We'll get to Jodie. This is something else that played on Reddit. We've had the boss, who honestly I forgot about, who was mentioned in 14th Doctor. He's been mentioned in 15 a few times. Funny enough, Russell Davies told David Tennant that the boss was going to be something for the next Doctor. Whoops. Someone pointed out, though, boss is what a foreman does. A foreman is a boss. Ergo, Susan Foreman is the boss, who we also know is interested in beings with two hearts. Which my rule is, of course, if you can make a pun out of it, and it's Davies, then it must be 100% true. The boss is affiliated with... Also, we keep calling them they. So, congratulations, Doctor Who. Genuinely being the first instance of any media across culture, across time, who hasn't had a mystery person referred to as he or she. You know why? Have I brought this up before? If there's an unknown person in a mystery, just an unknown person. But it's true. If there's an unknown person and they refer to him as a he, it's going to be a woman, because that's the subversion of expectations. Especially because usually an unknown person is like a murderer or something. And those are traditionally in fiction. I think also reality, those are men. If it's a man, they're going to still call them he, and then someone will point out it could be a woman. I guess the plot of an entire Naruto arc from like a village in a twin we had never even seen, because someone said the missing person was a he. And I went, right. So this village, the person in charge is actually a twin, like prince and princess. And it's actually the princess who's currently ruling this village, and the twin has gone missing, but we don't know that yet. And like, I don't remember all the details. I just looked at me like, how the hell did you know that? I'm like, he said he. And I was right! Everything I said, I got this entire history of this whole arc because a guard said he's missing. And the only character we knew about at that point was a prince. Ergo, twin princess. If you happen to know the plot I'm talking about and am wrong, that's because this was years ago, you know. But the point stands.
No, I'm pretty sure that was pretty accurate, because I remember looking back.
You told me it was accurate when we watched it, and it was when we eventually got the answers. So, right, there's a line here they're talking about what changed. When, like, someone is still alive at apparently the ripe old age of 108 in this new reality, which has a lot of consequences, because we've established changing reality has effects. Obviously, you kind of had to do it, because, you know, Although, come to think about it, if we just did sacrifice Poppy originally, I don't know if we would have had this thing. Because Ernest is alive. That presumably means a lot of people are dead. Because there's more than one person who's just alive, right? That's just a given.
Because of him? Yeah.
Well, if someone is alive who used to be dead...
Probably more.
And also, they presumably lived the past decade or so since they actually died in reality. But, that's not the critique, because you had to do it. That someone else had set up reality. You're just putting things right as best you can. Fine. So, but if we consciously choose to change reality, say hypothetically to save a single individual's life, then, that would have unintended consequences, of course, including some people being alive or dead that otherwise wouldn't be. Hypothetically. Kind of defeating the purpose of saving the world and altering reality for a single life. And don't tell me nothing else changes, because we're gonna get to that. Yes, other stuff changes when they change reality. Mm-hmm. This was a point. Nobody, including the Vlinks robot and the unit records that they reference. How do you know?
Because you're saying it with a B.
Vlinks. No, I'm not. Where's the B? It's the Vlinks. I don't know if it's a K or an X, but you do not know how to spell the Vlinks.
I thought you were saying blinks this whole time.
If nobody, including the Vlinks or unit records, remembers Poppy, how do they know things like the Swedish and Norwegian border, the color teal, or that one woman's death in the original reality? Because unit records were affected.
That's a bit of a good point.
Furthermore, how do they know that all the things Unit thinks they remember are not glitches? If Ruby's memory is glitching, which is the assumption we're holding, why can't everyone else's? Why can't they think that teal used to be a different color? Or why can't they think the Norwegian and Swedish border was somewhere else? I get weird fact to memorize, but hey, maybe someone. Uh-huh.
I don't even, my head hurts.
Want another one?
This episode is. It's just another.
Susan claims to barely be a year old. Although I could be wrong. Wasn't it a plot point in Empire of Death that Susan actually did live a normal life and was a person with parents and a family in a life?
I don't remember.
I will accept I might be wrong, but I feel like this was a point. And also, if she is barely a year old, and that was just an open question, what about the Susan twists from the other times the Doctor has landed near here? Are there like 20 Susan twists? Does every time, or at the bare minimum every year the Doctor lands in the modern day, create a Susan twist? Because he's been like probably basically every year since like 1980. At least 2005, you know? So there are 25 Susan twists around the place.
Huh.
I don't know. That might not be a contradiction, but then it does open up that question from last season.
I'm not sure I know.
I did find it funny, too. She built the zero room for everyone to escape in. That's what she thinks.
Very tiny.
Yeah, very, very tiny escape room. I didn't catch it on my first watch through.
The very top, like, 5 employees.
Hey, I didn't think of it either. So Ruby just didn't think of it. That's an answer. But it is funny when you realize that that would poke a big hole in the theory. Yeah. Kate had this weird line. I've seen some speculation it might somehow be involved in the original ending. It's like, sometimes I think we're all your children.
Yeah.
What a weird thing to say.
It is.
What just
and the emphasis the music put on it right after.
Because he saves their lives? You know what? Sometimes I think, like, the firefighters are my parents. You know? When they pulled me out of that burning building.
Exactly.
This is a fake story, by the way. The firefighter's my uncle. We've been over this.
True.
It bothers me as well. Now Belinda has lost how she had a kid with the Doctor, right? In this scenario. So she's learning that she apparently somehow did have a kid with the Doctor, right? Mm-hmm. That was a quick frame. She doesn't have any questions about that. She just kind of accepts it. Do I have to go into what questions might be erased when you suddenly learn you had a kid with someone and don't remember it.
Consent.
Yeah. She doesn't know it was part of the wish. Again, like, Belinda just acts so strangely. And it's not even that just taking on that mantle of motherhood is a crazy thing to do. I mean, I think it's crazy, but there are definitely going to be people who would just be like, that's my baby now. Like, for example, Ruby. We've been over that.
I feel that way about dogs.
Mm-hmm. See, there you go.
Can we get another dog?
No. It's that it's been, like, all over. Like, we've gone over that. It's just so weird that it's not just having a kid either. It's that, all right, the last, like, 5 years of your life didn't happen. Here's your ex-husband and your kid. You're now a single stay-at-home mom. Although at least you got a sweet mansion in London.
Pros and cons.
Okay. Jodie, right? I'm going to say something bad about the 13th Doctor, and then we're going to get back to the 13th Doctor, because this bothered me. Jodie Whittaker did the line that my wife now understands. You were decorated, I don't like it. Good job. Funny enough, her version was you were decorated, I loved it, with her TARDIS. But now she's got the audacity to come in here and say, you were decorated, I don't like it. Does it really need to be bigger in a room defined by its bigness? Says the woman with an infinitely large console room with no walls.
She's got a what now?
Her console room
Don't worry about it.
does not have walls.
I don't know if
13th
I've seen this.
Dr. TARDIS. It is a void. It is... there you go. You can even see it. It's in a black void that goes on forever.
That's not a black void. You can see walls.
There aren't any. Like, back
That
here.
Weird. What am I looking at?
It's 13's TARDIS. Don't worry
It
about
doesn't
it.
look like a console room.
It's bad. No one likes it. But that's not the point. The point is that it's infinitely
Got it.
big.
You know what it looks
And
like?
and she's got this for
you know
a
what
TARDIS.
it looks like, Nathan?
Oh.
It looks like the Sheikah technology from Breath of the Wild.
Looks
Yeah.
like a dead spider.
At best, the idea is kind of there. An organic,
I see what
minerally
they were
TARDIS.
thinking.
There's a lot of reasons it's poorly executed, and you haven't even seen it with the saturation turned up to 100, like season 12 and 13. Anyway, Jodie Whittaker is the 13th Doctor. That is a...
That's even happening in this.
Oh,
As
no,
someone-
let's
okay.
take you. So you and Alex have not seen the 13th Doctor beyond my complaining about them. So I'd actually like to open with you two before we get into Jodie.
My opening was going to be that I wanted your opening
Oh, Alex.
because
Okay, wait.
yeah, we'll have to go with Alice.
Alex.
From what little I've seen of her, she seems like a pretty good doctor.
Caden. You want me? I can go first.
Well,
but
I do
I'll be
like, as far
longer.
as I know,
Mhm.
Jodie Whittaker.
Mhm.
Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, I've never seen in action.
Well, I know it's not much, but...
But so because when usually you want to know the casual's perspective, I want to know the
Okay, so
intense fan perspective
the
because
fans' perspective,
I'm lost here.
since honestly during the Chibnall era, has been... I think we can all agree we want to see Jodie outside the problems with the Chibnall era. Is Jodie a good doctor? Is mixed. There's the camp that exactly what we said about Trudy Gadwa. She is a great doctor who was screwed over by horrible scripts and wasted, and I can't wait to see her in Big Finish. And then there's the camp that Jodie is a miscast, or a lighter variation that Jodie Whittaker might be able to do a good doctor, but I've not seen anything from her that would suggest that. Like what I say about Flood, is that maybe Miss Flood can be a good Ronnie. I just haven't seen anything. That show hasn't given me anything to say that. But there's a general acceptance that, like, we can't really judge her until we see someone without the copious problems that the Chibnall era had. But 13, as a doctor, this is an element of a hot take. as a doctor under Chris Chibnall, is the worst doctor, in that the character on screen, the only consistent thing about them is that they will consistently do the least doctor and most immoral action of the screen. Whether that Jodie could play a good doctor, or, you put them under a good writer, they're right. But that's, I'm like, we got the doctor we got, which makes 13 bad. I enjoyed this. Setting aside the issues of, like, so much of Doctor Who's past being in this episode. I've actually changed slightly. I don't think there's much in this little clip. Like I said, you don't really know how she acts as a doctor. But I liked her. She was good. I liked seeing Jodie again. I've wanted that. I might even buy her audios when they come out in July, as opposed to waiting. Just remembered how expensive that bundle is, actually. Maybe not. But, no, I did. But I've seen a lot online. It's overwhelmingly positive. No one's had a problem with Jodie. But originally I disagreed where people said, oh, she's so much better. She's fixed. And I'm like, come on, guys. It was 3 minutes.
That's as much time as Omega had.
Of what?
It's as much time as Omega.
Omega. And, well, they've managed to ruin Omega in that time. Of like, well, yeah, I'm like, come on, guys. That is your Chibnall hate bias. But you know what? Actually, she had, I think especially when she was telling Ncuti Gatwa, who is very definitively the Doctor, right here, this thing, she's standing up, like, that could tear a hole between all reality. Like, there was a bite there. There was an authority that was not in the Chibnall era. Some people might say Haunting of Villadati will placate them by mentioning that. I disagree. Villadati never did it for me, although I recognize the writing was better than most episodes. I think in that moment she definitely was better, and I am very excited for her big finish now, because that's something I just could not see from her. There were other elements that it's still like the goofy hollow 13, but I think that's more because she's still the 13th Doctor. Like, doing 13th Doctor things, that's what I'm reminded of. But no, she was great in this. I'm not going to pretend that it somehow suddenly undoes a whole era, this 2-minute scene written by another guy. But I am absolutely, Jodie did great. I loved seeing her. I'm very excited for more work she can get in the future under different writers than Chibnall. She was great.
I think to me, I don't get why it's here. I get why the script says it's here.
Oh, yeah. Like,
I don't get why they wrote that and why this is happening. Like, it's like
Jodie
the gang's already
free?
been here. The gang's already together, and now we're just getting even more. It's like, let's just get another Doctor in here. Let's go for it.
Yeah, we haven't given her much love compared to everyone else, We got Matt Smith back, quote unquote, finally. Something I did like, where like 13 actually has a deeper character. To be fair, 15 doesn't have a deeper character because it wasn't written. 13 doesn't have a deeper character because it did not translate onto screen. You can hear Chibnall talk about 13's deeper character all the dang time. Like, it's absolutely there. And it's like, yeah, that sounds like it could make a good series of television. I'm trying to find the scene. This is meaningless to you. As someone who does not like this relationship, I really like the look on 15's face when she's like, oh, I should tell Yaz I love her. He's like, you never do. Mm-hmm. And it's just kind of like a sinking, like I don't know. I liked that. And she's definitely pulling off having a deeper character. And like, I'm getting the things that Chibnall described that didn't make it in. And so, yeah, I'm very pleased with 13. I could see myself really ranking 13 highly once I get those big finish stories, assuming, of course, they're good, which they should at least be fine. But, yeah, 13 was great in here. I totally agree with you. I don't really know what the point of her being here is. Very similar, actually, to a short Russell T. Davies wrote with 9 and 5. We're about to get to, Caden. But I would like to point out it's related to what you said. Someone on Reddit brought this up, and I think it's been a problem with a lot of what I'm saying. I spent a lot of time on Reddit this past few weekends. Firstly, someone else pointed out we have not had a regeneration without a gimmick of some kind for 8 years, the 12th to 13th Doctor. And no, I'm not going to call becoming a woman a gimmick, because that feels like a bad path. But 13 to 14 was very weird in itself, but also it was David Tennant. He's coming back, right? 14 to 15 was the bi-generation, and now we got Billie Piper. It's been 8 years since just kind of like it's been more. 8 years, 10 to 13, since we've had a non-gimmicky regeneration. Mm-hmm. But related to that, someone had a thing, is like, this is building up for years, that it was a mistake to separate the healing and the change aspects of regeneration. By which I mean, even where you are in your watch along, right? Regeneration was always the Doctor heals themselves by changing. Or Time Lords do generally, right? Doctor's about to die, changes their body, that heals them. Mm-hmm. It's Journey's End. The part 2 of Journey's End is the moment that changes, where for the first time, David Tennant regenerates a little bit to heal himself, but not change his face. And there is something about the scenario which like helps justify this. You know, he doesn't just do it, because that'd be bad. But that's one of those things where it might not have been bad, but it started a path where suddenly David Tennant's actual regeneration, I guess his second, was he regenerated to like get better. And then he infamously kept his face for a good while before actually becoming the 11th Doctor. And now we're under Stephen Moffat, who, as I said earlier, is a big fan of using regeneration for like other random stuff to heal people. 11 loves giving up regeneration energy to heal minor injuries of others, usually. I don't believe he's got like a fake out regen. Oh no, he does. He uses regeneration as like a fake out thing at some point. 12th Doctor has a fake out regeneration in the Monk 3-parter. He also just heals himself at the end of Doctor Falls, so we can have a whole Christmas special. And now, of course, we've got the bi-generations. We've got Ncuti Gatwa just totally just like separating the regeneration, the change to alter reality with his actual body change, which that's why I said earlier, I don't know why Ncuti Gatwa regenerated. That's why. He's already done the thing. Why is his body changing? He's not injured. He's not regenerating, really. And like we're just pulling in 13 now for like no reason. You know, as good as she was. And it kind of really undermines the kind of message we'd really been building up of change is necessary, but also the whole point. Why would anyone change their face? The Time Lords never really seem to want to do it, even if they accept it. It's like, yeah, it's just a thing that happens, but like I'd rather not. Why not then? Why, when we genetically put regeneration of the Time Lords, do we have a face change? Why do we do the face change? Why? It feels like it's kind of really cheapened and almost ruined. It used, you've ruined X, but I kind of just want the regeneration, you know? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and when 11 actually regenerated to 12, he healed himself from like an old ass man to Matt Smith so that he could have get up to some shenanigans before coming the 12th Doctor. We've now just we've separated in time the regeneration from the change in face. And yeah, I don't like that. And it bleeds into you. Like, Jodie's here because the order of events is getting mixed up. I don't know why. We changed reality, not time so much. It's weird, you know? come to think of it, I don't remember the excuse for the 5th and 10th Doctor meeting, but that was children in need. And I feel like the charity specials get a bit of a pass because it's a 5-minute charity special. You know? It's like, yeah, we want the 5th and 10th Doctor. Does it really matter why the 5th Doctor's here? You know, I think the TARDIS flew into some weird anomaly, which fair. This one was just, time's weird, you know?
Yeah.
Time be like that sometimes. I'm on the point of Belinda being different. By the way, nitpick preference, I'm not a huge fan of the new regeneration effects. It's kind of uniform and lightning-y, whereas before I like the sort of multicolor explosions. This is better.
I'm not drawing it like that.
It's still very the same color, whereas it was always orange before. But it kind of like in the thumbnail, there's different hues of orange. It's, you know, I'm not in love with the new regeneration effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over 00 inside the whole she avoided it but was still hit by it and became stale. The worst part is it works if you just say the Ronnie had to change her DNA so she's not pure Time Lord. She didn't get affected, but she's also not really a Time Lord now. Mm-hmm. So that's the solution. It was right there, Russell. The Doctor could be sterile. Well, actually, then you have to acknowledge why didn't the Doctor die, but was also still affected. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Russell doesn't think this sort of stuff through. Do you want to go over all the things that are different, making Belinda like a fundamentally different person than the woman we've been traveling with all season?
No.
I'm sure your
You
notes
can go
are
home
more
if
packed
you
to that
want.
than mine are.
I am home.
The new house, of course, the mansion in London, which is interesting. Yeah. Originally, Belinda lived in that house she lived in alone, right? But Davies realized that, like, that's going to be expensive. And he apparently talked with, like, the bosses. And he's like, did the parents buy it for her? Because that would still make them multimillionaires. Like, this is a big house in London. So they invented the flatmates. And actually about 2 weeks after shooting, I think, they put in some extra scenes to have the flatmates around. And, like, added the line of the Roberts, like, residents stay in your room, which, well done. That did not come off. Not for a moment did I assume that the residents were added later. But, so it's interesting she's now in, like, a multi-million-dollar mansion in the middle of London. Presumably not the middle. Like, that has a fantastic garden. But maybe London has
they're
areas
still in
like
London?
this.
They could be in the middle of somewhere rural.
London is huge. Like, it could be the outskirts. There could be a like, borough of London that is like this and is very natural. But that's worth noting. Of course, she has an ex-husband who I've been assuming she actually dated, but I've just realized might not have been the case anymore. She's got the child, duh. And let's address the fact Poppy isn't even the Poppy from Wish World, because they're full human and have also lived a totally different life. It's now just a baby that looks like Poppy, and also coincidentally looks like this space baby from the future. So I don't know what we've accomplished. We didn't save Poppy. That's someone else's kid. Her sense of belief, right or wrong, has somehow changed, because before we said she wanted to travel with Poppy. She said my daughter is not going to have a boring life, but I guess now we want her to. As an immediate aside, I wonder if she would have stayed late to save that old woman at the hospital if she had a kid to get back to. Remember from Story and Engine?
I do,
Just to drive home the point of how many lives would have changed with even just changing this aspect of the history, you know? I hope Belinda didn't save the life of any of those flatmates, or that those flatmates didn't have to live somewhere else, thus somehow resulting in the deaths of others. Are they all nurses? Because again, it's still an expensive house. I don't know what the price of housing in London is, but Russell T Davies seems to think you need to be a multimillionaire to own that house. So, you know, although admittedly Belinda's parents probably would have owned 2 houses like their own house. Like, yeah, there's my point of why wasn't the mother a single mom the whole time.
Yeah.
Shruti has a line. I think it's a note coming up. Beautiful things can be forgotten and lost, but they still happened. Something like that. It's like it doesn't
I made note of
matter.
that line myself. I want to know your opinion because I think I know your opinion on
Yeah,
that
no.
line.
You can't just say that and be true. It could be true that, like, somehow these alternate universe, these timelines, Poppy exists. The well exists as we saw it, despite being fundamentally incompatible with the world now twice over, because Belinda never had a kid. So none of the season as we saw it actually happened. So, like, but if you added something like a Marvel-esque multiverse, right? When you time travel and change something, it's just a new reality. Then, or like there's some reject, all the reject timelines still exist. This is a concept I've talked about before. Some of the EU has it. It's not a good thing to be in a reject timeline, but it could be. You know, you could write whatever you want. You still have the problem that these are now fundamentally different people. There is still a Belinda waiting for the Doctor to rescue Poppy, and he's created a new timeline. There's still the timeline that Poppy doesn't exist. These are now new people who, like, share a lot of their history with our Belinda and stuff. But we've also just abandoned a whole ass universe, if that's how this goes. I don't see a way you can have both. Because these are fundamentally different people. They're not even the same species.
Yeah.
Poppy is literally a different species.
Because I think this is a stance that we've consistently stood on different sides of the line on, and like when we were talking about the well and stuff.
Okay, before you go, if I can interject.
Yeah.
Fair. But you can't just have a character say, oh, but you know, they still happened, and be like, that is fact. That's now irrefutable. I'm like, well, no. Like, you'd have to justify why is it... Nope, I just ran out of disk space to record. I'll fix that later. Is that, like, is that the doc... Because even then, I think that's just what the Doctor feels is true. Like you know? It's like, I just think it's true somehow. Well, it's like, well, no, I disagree. You can't say I'm wrong any more than I can tell you you're wrong and leave it at that. We'd have to justify why we're both correct, you know? And they don't. They're just like, oh, no, trust me, it's a happy ending. We did what we said we would because I said so. That's literally the resolution. We did what I set out to do because I said so.
I think
Tell
there
me
are
that's
a lot
not
of
the story.
rough moral things because, like, I don't think the Doctor did per se do exactly what he set out to do because, yes,
Yeah.
Belinda is a totally different person now and the world is completely different.
But he says he did, so, you know, must
In
be true.
that regard, I'm not... I'm more closer to your feelings.
Yep.
It's in the respect of, like, when history is rewritten and we wonder why it matters or why it affects these people or why we should care about these people. I'm of the Doctor's stance that it's happening to them currently, and that's, I suppose, why we care about them. But that it is a subjective thing.
Yeah. But also, I think that's different to here because we've now changed reality. It's not that they never existed. I mean, the woman Belinda was, I suppose, never existed. But... And, like, we shouldn't murder this woman. She exists now. Like, she has every right to live as the old Belinda, but that doesn't change the fact that we murdered the old Belinda to live the life of motherhood. Which is also kind of concerning with how horrific we just portrayed the non-consensual housewife life. Wasn't Belinda... No, it was Mel, who was like, I live the life of a housewife.
Yeah. I did think that line was funny coming from Mel, given the character she was pitched and the character she was given.
Mel was the woman who left the TARDIS to go travel with a criminal, which is somehow different to traveling with the Doctor in a way that's better, and also not even in her own time. She is
I
currently
remember-
in the 80 in her own time.
I remember
but-
less Mel, but more that
Yeah.
because was Mel the actor who was promised a really like cool role and real independent woman, and then was just like
Maybe.
this.
I mean, that was Susan, but
Oh,
as I
okay,
just
never
said,
mind.
Mel
Guess
was
that
also a
makes
bit of a
sense.
nothing burger. We're in the era before Ace, but after John Nathan Turner joined, where the companions are largely kind of meh with Mel.
Oh well, then man, my enjoyment of that line has changed.
Mel definitely wasn't a housewife, though. I'll tell you that much. It's kind of the same thing as Ruby. We got the end too, where Belinda's like, "Oh, maybe when she's grown up, you can come back and take me to Neptune." But come to think of it,
Massive critique on me on that
she
one.
doesn't remember that reality of asking to go to Neptune. That's a coincidence, but cool. I'll just travel 10 years of the future and pick you up if you want.
Yeah, I hate as
You
if
wanna
he's not standing
schedule
in
it?
front of the time machine.
Now, all right, maybe the Doctor is going to regenerate and doesn't want to associate with the old companion. He thinks that might be rough. He's afraid Belinda won't accept him, right? Except for the fact that he says, "I hope you'll see me too, but not like this," and points to his face. Like, yeah,
No,
how
it's,
about it?
You'll see me again, but I'll.
No,
I'll have a different
I
face.
wrote it down. I hope you'll see me again, but not like this. It's so like, yeah, maybe be like, yeah, here's a thing called regeneration. I got it. You can watch it happen if you want, but like, it's he doesn't want to do it alone. I've just clocked that. He literally says, "I don't want to do this alone." I understand the reality that Belinda, as like the actress who plays her, probably can't commit for the same reasons as Shooty Gatwa, you know? But then maybe don't have that line, "Maybe when she's grown up you can come back. I hope you'll see me again, but not like this." You know, I don't know. You know what? I liked the look of the star regeneration. I liked that.
From the
I mean,
yeah,
it's way
yeah.
bigger than anything else. I liked that. I thought that was cool. Cool image. Very
I think
Jesus
my-
looking at it now, but
I'm never
Walking
drawing
out of this
regeneration
episode-
like that.
you're always gonna draw him as the thumbnail for the season, but with the regeneration.
Looking, especially in the episode the episode that I thought this was going to be with the Doctor being Poppy's actual dad. The Doctor still, at some point in time, needs to have a child, and we dodged that bullet here.
No, the Doctor's always had a child, and that was a dumb line that contradicts everything both before and now after it. See, it's literally after the line, like, "I used to have secrets and I'm trying not to anymore." A lot of people try to say, "Oh, he was being closed and not wanting to talk about it." Then don't put it after the line how you're a more open person than you used to be. What? I mean, look. What? The problem is, everything we've just talked about, I've clearly been very negative on an episode that, yes, does have positives, but am negative on it. He manages to do it in ways where I feel like I can't give it too low without being super harsh. But I think if we had a next time, I'm gonna look at that and go, really? Like I do Empire of Death. I'm like 7.5. All right, Alex has finally sat up from falling asleep.
Shut up.
Okay, well, okay. Now let's start. IMDb.
IMDb.
God. Okay.
I think IMDb's going to like this one.
I think they're gonna be in the 7s. I mean, look at them so far. They loved Well
They were in the 8 for Lux in the Well.
and Lux, and Robot just missed a 7, right? Let's look up. I can do Wish World,
7.8 for Lucky.
Doctor Who.
I could see this high 7. Maybe
So like
low 8.
it's how much of the casual fandom is Russell T Davies? I bear in mind, I think a lot of the people are gonna put on IMDb. Okay, Wish World, up or down? I'll tell you, it's a 7.
I wanna
It's
hope
not
for
changed that
down.
much. It is.
They always go down. I'm gonna guess down.
7.3.
They always go down. Yeah.
They did go down. It went down a decent chunk, I would say. I
think if you
don't
like it,
think-
you go to IMDb. If you don't like it, you go to Reddit.
I'm not sure this is reflective of. Did you see? I don't think this is reflective of because of season 2, because it's still new, but it is interesting to see. Gosh, I gotta rank the thing as a whole as well. I'm just sorry. What is this show? I was just some
Guillermo del
guy.
Toro. I love Guillermo del Toro.
What's
That's clearly Frankenstein. Oh,
what's
he's making
that
a
too?
Frankenstein?
Is that someone in an alien?
This is very helpful.
What is this?
I'm gonna
It's
have
a
to
Frankenstein.
park this and remember this for after the stream so I can go watch that trailer.
All
That's
right.
really cool.
All right. I just there's just some little guy looking at this guy.
Might be Frankenstein.
I thought it was a documentary, but now I'm not sure about that.
Definitely not.
So the thing is, the casuals I feel are gonna be a lot like your girlfriend, right? They're because IMDb is gonna be the casuals. I'm sure there's fans on there. This was a mess of a plot, but also how much of Russell are they gonna be? Where it was bombastic. They went, I don't understand this, but it's probably because I'm too dumb, which is a lot of the take of River.
They would do. Yeah.
Right. I mean, a lot of people don't like it if they're too dumb, but River's super popular. But and to be clear, what I mean by that is a lot of people react to River like River's too complicated for me to understand. That's not the problem. The River's complete storyline does not make sense. It just does not work. And there's even dialogue that contradicts the whole meeting out of order thing. That's not what River does. And there is no way to make the story work. But you can broadly describe the gist. Or definitely the intention, the high points. And that's pretty fine. But a lot of people just assume they're too dumb to get it. When no, there just isn't a solution. The things you might think of where it's I don't understand that bit, that's because it's wrong. It's that's just a contradiction you found. And I think there might be a lot of that. I don't know how many people are really going to care about Omega. I think it's going to land in the 7s. Robot, there's no world where this episode was better than Robot Revolution, though, right?
Yeah, I'd guess the first digit to 7 to be safe.
I'm going to look up Robot Revolution on IMDb. I am curious. That is now a 6.5.
Oh, gosh.
I'm actually... What is the world in which the general audience liked this more than Robot Revolution? Damn it, there is a world. I'm going to go with it starting with a 6, and I don't know. Alex, you want to guess?
I'm going to guess that it's a low 7.
Don't look at the screen, because
I'm not,
we
you're
like to
blocking
elaborate.
it.
All right, well, I'm going to sit back. IMDb.
Better not, there's a dog there.
Okay. Caden, you said starts with a 7. Alex, what were you?
Starts with a 7, like a low 7.
6 point.
Ooh.
Right?
Oh, God.
Is it the lowest rated episode of the season or the second lowest?
Second lowest.
Gotta be the second lowest.
I've got to check. What was... Before Robot Revolution was a 6.9, right? 6.7. I'm gonna actually put 6.9, 6.5. That's fair. If we compare when we took these readings, it is the worst episode of the season. I suspect. Bear in mind as well, the people who watch the episode right away are probably biased to be liking it more because they are liking the show enough to watch it first, right? We're gonna get the crowd now of people binging it because the season is done. It was on the banner for Disney Plus too, finale of Doctor Who for today. So people who have Disney Plus would see it. I suspect that's gonna go down to become the worst of the season. That actually was last season. Better than, I think these are overhated, but it's worse than everything from last season except for Space Babies and Devil's Cord.
That's because they're wrong.
That's because people don't. The anti-musical crowd is huge, and people like Interstellar Song Contest. People had psyched themselves into a Beatles episode. Space Babies, it's fair enough. People were wrong. There we go, yeah. Let's get our averages down here. This episode, separating it from the previous. Is that how we do this? Is that how we rank part 2?
Yeah.
That's a little harder, separating part 2 from the previous. Where did this... So it started when the magic door appeared.
6.
It's gotta be lower, surely. Surely it has to be lower. But I've kind of forced myself to a 4, and you forced yourself into a... But you said it was better.
I did.
It's definitely a worse episode, right? It's just much less structurally sound. It is 15 minutes of getting the Avengers together. You know the scene in Endgame when the Avengers all come out of the magic portal? It's the big climactic battle with Thanos. It's everyone from the franchise. Imagine if that was 15 minutes. That should have been very quick. And then we had the 7 minutes of exposition. Then we have 2 minutes to resolve the episode, and then there's 30 more minutes. But it was possibly a more enjoyable watch just because of the sheer amount of stuff being thrown at the wall. Like, that's got to grab your attention. Because if you lose your attention, you'll lose just track of where you are. That's not a good thing, though, right? Okay, Caden, did you think you had something?
I don't want to go first.
Alex?
No, I'm thinking.
Honestly, I think it's like a 5 or a 6.
Well, those are 2 numbers.
Let's
56.
do 5.5.
You finally converted to the
Wow.
decimal. 5.5. Caden. This
Can I
is
see
It was an
season?
okay
really
episode.
this is really low for you. So that's the second worst.
I want to see last season. Then give me.
You know what? Robot Revolution couldn't figure out what it wanted to be. This episode didn't have that problem. That is something it has going for it. It knew what it wanted to be,
It just wasn't
and
good
it wanted to
enough.
be a Russell T Davies finale. Man, you're a bit all over the shop. You've had your lows, definitely. 6. I forgot you didn't like
hated
that one.
non-double.
I forgot about that one. Huh.
I remember it being like a 3 or 4. so I
Wow. we need to rewatch this as watch-alongs. Like, we need to go through this again at some point.
Okay, bring me back up to date. I
Ah.
really don't know.
That's
I'm thinking it's more than a 3.
Mhm.
It's probably more than a 4.
Mhm.
When I look back, I feel like I enjoyed it more than like Lucky Day, and I gave that a 7. But I don't think this is an 8. The Interstellar Song Contest was an 8. This wasn't
Whoa. We've gotten into, like, C's and B's here.
Yeah, I guess. Because is it
Whoa.
a 5? If 5 is it's any better, it's a good episode. It's any worse, it's a bad episode. It
Well,
could be
that was
fun.
more our
Could be a 5.
benchmark for Space Babies. You could stick with that. But
Robot Revolution was a 6. It might be a 6. See, the quality of the episode, and there were a few things that this episode did that
so
I enjoyed,
for me,
regardless of the quality.
Power of the Doctor is a lot like this. Power of the Doctor is one of the worst episodes of Doctor Who there is. Hiding behind a lot of nostalgia, which is absolutely carrying it. As an episode, as a story, as everything like that, it is horrible. It has all the problems of Chibnall era, a lot worse in a lot of cases. But if you want to watch some Doctor Who, you've only got an hour, Classics is off the table, or you don't want to commit to that, you're kind of in the mood for Classics, but don't really know what you want, Power of the Doctor. It's got a bit of basically everything, and I've probably seen that episode more than some actual episodes. It's the only Chibnall era I think I've rewatched outside of the new season coming up or something, so refreshing my memory. So it's got Power of the Doctor vibes, except this doesn't... Yeah, you got Jodie, but I don't think you could say this episode has nostalgia, you know? Is like a through line.
I really want to give it a 5 and a 7.
There's a 6. Well,
No, it's definitely not a 6.
We do have Reality
it's a
World in the
6.
finale overall. 3, 5,
Yeah, that's
7
also
is
different.
going to
That's
be
also
crazy.
different. Combined, different. I haven't even gotten
Alright.
there yet. I'm
Gosh.
feeling a 5 and a 7.
I can't do that, Caden.
Why can't you do that?
I can do a 6. Well, because it's
not a
gonna
6.
it's
I
gonna
don't know.
it doesn't
I
do
don't
the
know if it's a
math.
6.
The math doesn't work, Caden.
It looks like it just did the math.
It didn't. It ignored the math. I could type
Well,
anything in there, and it's gonna ignore it.
Maybe
but if
that's
it's
what
a
this
number,
episode
it's gonna
needs to be
just leave
ignored.
it. I can't just ignore it. That's not how you average. It's not good, but okay, right. It's not
Cody,
good.
let's hear
No.
your
Sorry.
number.
Double O insight. It's not good, but Rasputin. Okay. First off, I think the whole dance number thing is a bit overplayed at this point in Doctor Who. But the original script, he just stood there and the music played for a second or two, and they cut away. But Sacha Dhawan misunderstood the expectations and danced to the whole thing, and they just kept rolling. No one had any idea why the heck he was dancing, and they chose to leave it in. And maybe that makes for a good scene, right? But I'd like to highlight that the Chibnall era, he originally wrote the scene, and then the ballroom turns into a disco thing with Rasputin playing, and the master stands there, and we cut away. And also the fact that somehow Dhawan didn't get that message is just peak Chibnall to me. It's like, what? It's also, you could read Dhawan giving that story. It is kind of hilarious, but I also took away that in the original script he just stood there, which is hilarious. Right. I don't think I could go over 5. Because it's just so bad of an episode, regardless of how much I enjoyed it, which, to be fair, I'm not even sure I did. I can't go above a 5. I'm not going to give any points for what I think about Billie Piper. I mean, they did some stuff good. They did Jodie good. What else did I say? Some effects. I think it detracted from last episode, but I don't think I'm going to go... I don't think I'm going to count for that. IMDb was 6.7. So what did we do? We wasted Arani. We ruined Miss Flood. We ruined Omega. We made the entire season not actually happen as it appears on screen, which now for me kind of asks the question of why do we... It's very bad. I have to accept that I gave Wishworld a 4 and go below that. And so it's going to be a 3.4. Definitely scientifically thought through.
I know my finale overall.
Okay.
It's a 4.
4. Cool.
Yeah.
Kind of hope that Reality War is less than a 4. I really want some other.
The only thing that feels right in my heart of hearts is a 5 and a 7.
That's a 6. I don't understand.
I don't think it's a 6.
Walk us through it.
Then it's a 5.7.
Walk it through it, Caden.
If it was a 6,
Are you saying I need to make a whole nother chart for how good it was and then how much we enjoyed it? Because I could. I could.
No, those also aren't how good I think it is and how much I enjoyment. Those aren't two different rankings. That is my one ranking. Those two numbers. Because I think the episode. It's like 2 episodes. There's 2 episodes in this one episode.
Because they had to reshoot.
There's the episode.
Well, they come together.
It's a 5.
You think what? Everything after Poppy disappears is a 7?
No, I mean the episode as a whole.
What are you talking about?
I mean, if you look at me, I feel like I enjoyed this just about as much as I enjoyed Lucky Day. That's a 7.
So are you giving it a 7?
Yeah, but see, I don't think this episode is a 7.
It's because it's not a 7. It's that when Russell T Davies messes up, it's ways that's hard to justify as being really bad. Because it's always little things. Even if it's full of those 1,000 cuts, they're still somehow not going to kill you. You saw the Reddit. You saw the state that we're in. Alex, you got a finale overall?
Finale overall was a 6 or a 7, so I'm gonna do a 6.5. So I'm gonna do a
Thank you,
6.5.
Alex. I was very exasperated for a moment there. Thank
Okay,
you.
I can compromise with
I need the
myself.
record to state that I'm not happy about
You're
this. My
not
true
happy.
ranking. From the history books
Can
look
I?
back on
Can
this.
I?
My true ranking.
Oh wait.
is
Can
a
I do like a
5.7.
rand? Give me a random number. No,
I think I know what I'll do.
I could generate it. I could get a random number generator.
You can give it a because it's not.
It's not a 7.
It's almost more than a 5 than it is a 6.
But it's a 7.
So
it's
a
more. It's more of a
5.7.
Also a
5
7.
than it is a
Yes.
6.
5.7.
However,
But it's also
a
more.
7.
It's far more of a 7 than it is a 6. A 6 is very specific.
So like a
I don't think-
6.1. Is it? Are we going up?
No, I think you can give it a 5, but you have to make a note over there to the right that says I also
no, you know
give it a
what?
7.
You know what? Here you go. I'll placate you. 7. Guy, you know, I'm just care about the average. I care about the average of.
I think it's a 5. I mean, maybe it's a 6.
It's a 6. Caden's
I mean, what
broken,
really is
guys.
a 6?
Caden,
Robot Revolution was a 6.
Caden's broken, guys.
Yeah, I'd give it a 6.
Rand. I don't think that works. Rand 0 to 10. Oh wait, no, it's equals. It's equals Rand 0 to 10.
Error.
No.
508 out of 10.
It didn't. What is, office?
That's a
cow,
5 and an 8 if you look at
error
it.
508. Yeah, but it messes up your statistic. Is that how you feel about the season?
That's kind of how I feel.
Usually indicates the syntax error in your formula. I don't know, guys. What did Caden say? A 6?
6,
Did I
yes.
hear a 6?
Finally. No Wells, you're done.
Yeah, give your final overall, and I'll think about it.
Okay. So, is it going to be a higher number than either of the originals, right? So, I think a lot of the stuff in Reality World worsens Wish World. I think some bits of Reality World make it better, though. What's the average between those two numbers? It's calc average. A 3.7? No, math is not gonna get us through. I don't even, would I ever choose to watch this again? No, not unless it was part of a wider watch through, you know? I gotta look. What was last? And oh god, no. I've accepted that I can use the lower numbers. Rand between. You're just making stuff up, aren't you? Nope. I don't know why you would want a random cell number in. You know, you couldn't save that? Okay, I'm really interested in those numbers, I will say. I mean, they gave 5 and 7. I bet it might be divisive. This is not
9.
Sheets. This is Calc. Because I don't pay for Microsoft Office. Is it a? The thing is, it kind of made me go like meh at the end, which is a 5. But it can't bad itself into a 5. I will not.
Talk myself down to a 3.
You're what to a 3?
I could talk myself down to a 3 for the finale overall.
Okay,
The
I was
first
gonna say,
episode
is this a
really
3
bad.
now?
I'm thinking about it.
It wasn't that bad, Caden.
It was so bad.
Is it somehow? It can't still be a 4. Is it somehow a 4? I mean, I kind of coasted. Now, Reality War. You know what? I think it's a 4, and we're all just gonna be confused. We're just gonna be. Oh my god, my average is below a 7. Okay. So, right as we approach. Oh wait, this season I can. Let's ruminate. Let's ruminate.
No.
Right. So
Yep.
average of all of us, I enjoyed the season the least, which that lines up with the chats we've had. The average of our average, so like generally as a group, this was slightly below a 7 is a season.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, it's... I mean, just looking at our numbers, though, good amount of 8s. It's really the finale. If I delete unsurprisingly, if I delete the finale, our numbers all go way up. You know? I mean, look at Reddit. Reddit's the one not affected by the finale. And they go from liking it the least, other than Alex, to liking it the most. Oh my god, I didn't do that. Okay, good. Save. I assume that's right. That's the numbers we're stuck with. I didn't press any buttons, by the way. I think Russell T Davies has hacked the computer.
Maybe he should have written a better final.
It's Russell T Davies. And Reddit, we can't really count, but, you know, leading into the finale, that was all right. Interestingly, it was a bit better. It was a bit better if we look at Reddit, which stacks up with what I was hearing up till that point, is that at least probably this, was a better season than last season. That is Reddit's...
That's how I feel.
I'll have to wait. Some dust have got to settle. Maybe we'll never agree. Like with Flux, I don't think it will ever be consensus on that season. And of course, IMDb liked it more than all of us, which is interesting. They liked it less than all of us last time.
Maybe they're wrong.
Maximums. Alex and I both had like the 9.1. Lux, I stand by that. Lux, easily the best episode of this season. Caden, you had the well.
Yeah,
that was
hands
your
down.
perfect 10. And you still, everything stand by that? Because
I stand by it, yeah.
I'm not
Great
sure if
episode.
Boom's a perfect 10. Maybe just on rewatches, but it was amazing, the first one, definitely. Alex, you liked Story in the Engine. That ended up
Yes.
being your favorite.
I liked that one.
You know what? I see that. That one checks out. But you had a lot of 8s. You had a pretty consistent season. I'm actually amazed. I guess you had the 4 or 5. I'm amazed you got your average down to a 7. Minimum. Alex, you did not like Robot Revolution. Caden, you did not like Wish World. Yeah.
Till the day I die.
I did not like Reality War. Yeah, honestly, I stand by that. If we're forced to separate, you know, the finale was the worst one of the season. I have some other Robot Revolution, pick a lane, and the finale. But other than that, everything was above a 7. But the lows were very low. Caden, you actually hated anything more than both of us, but you also loved something more than both of us.
Yeah.
So
I had a great time
journey.
this season. I loved it.
That somehow ended up with you liking the season more. How have we gone? Alex, you've gone down almost like 1.5 points from last season. At least from averages. You know, we might disagree. But Caden, you're a little bit worse, about 0.5 point. I have gone down about 0.5 point. So Alex has taken a huge dip. That makes sense. You had they were good episodes. You didn't like the subject matters. And it's like, that's not fun. I don't like this. You had a lot of that.
Yeah.
And that makes sense.
The episodes weren't bad. I just did not enjoy them.
It's not what
and
you want
that's
to
how
watch.
I rank these based off of a combination of how good they were and how much I enjoyed them.
Caden and I think, consider our enjoyment less. So if we kind of removed that aspect, you'd probably be more in line. You might even like it the most, but
Yeah.
that's a valid way to review, as long as you
Keep
put
in
that
mind,
out there.
I just watch shows to have a good time.
So do I. Believe it or not, so do I. This one's broken. I'm going to assume Alex's is correct. And looks good to me. All right. If we instead consider the finale one episode, Alex, you have not changed whatsoever. Well done. You managed to perfectly average your 2 finale episodes. Is this still, actually, it's 8 because of the Christmas special. Cool. Yep, the Caden, it actually jumps up a lot for you, which it shouldn't. 6 and a 3 is a 5. That's right, though. That's the average of the season, but consider the finale 1 episode. That is the average of everything, but don't consider the finale 1 episode. I don't know why. That probably maths out. I enjoyed it a good chunk more, like 0.3 more. 0.4 more, even. So yeah, almost half a point, understandably. And IMDb, no, our average, as a group, yeah, the finale was, like, slightly better. The season was slightly better if the finale makes up less of it. I guess that's the math. That makes sense. But yeah, that's why. If the finale is less of the season, our scores go up. Season 15 overall. Now, let's start with IMDb. How do we think IMDb felt about Doctor Who Season 2?
If I'm looking over their score overall, I think it's a 7.5.
Doctor Who Series 2023. I'm going to check. First off, last season, they gave it a good question. I didn't take that reading. I've got Doctor Who total. I am wondering if I can get Doctor Who as Season 2. As in Doctor Who under Disney. So from 21 episodes, I assume that's the 60th. No, that's Doctor Who, the entire Ncuti Gatwa era. Doctor Who Season 2 IMDb. Does anybody know if IMDb will actually let me do this? Ncuti 2025. I don't know if I can do this. I don't think I can do this. But I think then I will still take an imperfect pulse on the era. Right? How do you feel about, how do you think IMDb feels about the new era? So this is church to what we've just seen. I would like to remind you, this is IMDb and includes the series as a whole. And so IMDb, that might be susceptible to some forms of review bombing, more than Reddit or elsewhere.
I really don't know.
I'm going to go with my 7.5 guess, mostly because I accidentally already saw the...
I'm surprised how wrong you are. I'll just say it. IMDb currently rates Doctor Who 2023 to present, which looking at IMDb does not include the 60th, as a 6.2. And I suspect this is lower than it should be because of review bombing. As a guess, maybe I'm just way off the money here. To be fair, a lot of people probably would have watched those first few episodes. Church. Here we go. Church, Space Babies, Devil's Cord, and left. And those are among the worst rated episodes of everything. In fact, they are. Other than the one that came out today, they are all worse than every other episode. And even then, only Church is a bit better.
Impressive.
So, that's probably a part of it. It probably would have come up. That's too low. I don't think this era is a 6.2. So, hey, that helps me. Last season, we all went 8. Just straight 8. We were very much samey. We loved the episodes. Most episodes, and I maintain this, most episodes in season 1 would be standout episodes in any other season. Except maybe one, but that's because everything is a standout episode in that season. But there was nothing connecting it. And what was there connecting it was bad. It was a lot of experimental stuff, and so it felt disproportionate. I'm like, you did it. You delivered me, mostly 9 good episodes of Doctor Who. You delivered me, 7 to 8 great episodes of Who. So, you did it. It would have been nice if there was something deeper. That was our take. Now, again, unless the finale seriously harmed the fans' perception of Season 2, which I don't think it will, because like we're the fans. We had no hope. If anything, we feared it would be worse. I think when I finished watching the episode, Alex, didn't I say he's written worse? I think that was my reaction. Is he is written worse?
I think my average
Yep.
pretty much is how I feel about the season, and it's a solid 7.
Nope. Solid 7. So you've gone slightly down.
It could have been better, and I have a bunch of the same issues where it feels like the overall story could have been more.
We also said, season 1, that's an 8. If next season is also just a bunch of good episodes, but like that, it's just a collection of episodes that are disconnected, it'd probably be a 7, and we just keep going down every year. I've gone on record saying I think the Let's Get Belinda Home, that is so like small and nothing, but that kind of did it for me. That's like there's connected now. I like that tissue. I don't think it went anywhere because let's ask the question again. Why couldn't the Doctor land on May 24th? Caden?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We went over it more last stream, but I actually don't know what the show thinks the reason is. I think Bootstrap Paradox with the Vindicators thing, but also the Ronnie could time travel with the Time Ring, which is less powerful than a TARDIS, as I recall. So, I'm gonna say just post-season. Huh. I don't think that fixes it. It's the same Time Lord tech. Yeah. Also, shout out to when the Master has a TARDIS whenever he comes back inevitably. Because I guess there's no more of those. We're not going to have a question of where'd you get one. Even though, presumably, Gallifrey's littered with the things. Caden, I think you've said you've had ideas before.
I had one.
changed?
I think I know what I'm going to
Oh
give
my
it.
gosh, sorry. I've just spotted Nicholas Briggs voices the Vlinks. He voices everything. That's the voice of the Daleks and the Cybermen and I think the Jadoon and basically every alien that's like generic part of a group since 1999.
I think it is...
Better
think
or
it's an
worse? Same? Maintain?
I think it's an 8. Because it's better in some ways and it's worse in others.
You want to elaborate at all? Cause just for the discussion?
I think leading up to the ending, it was easily a better season. I thought the main episodes were great. I had a far better time throughout it. It was generally pretty stable in that. The ending sucks. I really don't like the finale as an overall. And I did like Belinda's through line too. That kind of did it for me, but also it doesn't really make too much sense anymore. And it would have been better if she just had a daughter. Now that we know that.
100%.
Even if they never named the daughter or child, or never like, I gotta get home to my kid. I've gotta get home to my kid. That would have made the season better.
The world where Belinda was always a single mother might have hit a 9. I'll say that. Everything was the same. The finale has a slight changes. That might have hit a 9. Because your companion is now much better. Your through line is much stronger. You kind of botched the end, but at least your moral theming is there.
I agree.
And that, I probably would have done 9. I would have gone up a full point.
It went from a very strong 8 to a very weak 8. But it's like the difference between Lucky Day and Storing the Engine for me.
If only we had some way to signify between like the whole numbers, 8 and 9, lower degrees of the 8.
That's a good point. Can you put a sad face next to my 8?
Yeah, I could. Oh, that makes me feel a bit. It also ruins the
average.
Put it underneath or above or something.
Oh, Nathan Caden Ave. There you go.
You have to put it next to my name.
I'll get too sad when I open this spreadsheet in 3 years.
But that signifies my rating.
I'll say it was worse
about it.
than 1. There you go. Worse than 1.
What does that mean?
It's worse than
the
season 1.
Season.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if it was. That's why I need the sad
Caden,
face.
you wishy-washy
It wasn't worse, but it's a weaker 8.
Just put
Maybe.
a week 8.
Weak. That's why you're
Yeah, that
here,
works.
Alex. Strong. Thank you. God.
Well,
Caden,
no.
we're not
I don't agree with
playing
that. I don't.
this game.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
agree with it. I simply want it to be known that I'm upset with my decision.
Okay.
That's
I
what
think it's
want.
on the internet. It's
That's what
there.
I want. No, but I'm not gonna remember when we look back at this.
So we'll put.
Just write upset. Just write upset.
Okay, I'll put upset about.
Yes.
Yeah, and
That's
we're gonna
fine.
get here, right? And chat, your job's to remember that when it's like, were you upset about the season? Did you not like it? Why didn't you go low? That
I'm
your
upset that I
job
gave
is
it
to
an 8.
tell us why Caden
Yeah.
was upset. And
And
Caden's
I'm
gonna be
upset
like,
also-
you're gonna be like, why was I upset? That season 8 sounds
I'm upset
good.
that I couldn't give Reality War a 5 and a 7. I'd
Look,
let the record
God,
show
I
that,
don't
too.
think I might forget that, but I'm gonna remember that when we start talking about how we rated these. I have been thinking a lot about this one. Starting 3 weeks ago, I'm like, I know I'm gonna have to do this, right? And I said earlier, right? This was a big thing for me. Is I think almost every episode of season 1 is standout. Church, boom, 73 yards, dot and bubble, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like at a minimum, that's 4 of the 5. I'll be honest, I also like these 2. I mean, heck, let's look at Past Me. Devil Cord was an 8. Space Babies, I think it's fine. Apparently, I like Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death weren't that bad. This is gonna need a rewatch. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 9 episodes I thought were standouts. 7, 8, 10, 7.9 to be worse than the 8, and then 8.3. And I thought this as well. Most of this season, I might just watch randomly one day, right? Have a hankering for 15 Ruby. Let's pull out any of those episodes. This might be this is gonna be this Christmas. Church on Ruby Road. That'll be fun. Lux, I think is the. I might do story and engine. I'd have to be in a really particular mood for story and engine, but Lux is the only standout in my head. Story and engine was really good, but I think there are significant problems with Joy to the World, Robot Revolution, The Well, and Lucky Day. Interstellar Contest really didn't work with me with the Doctor's whole like dark bit, had pacing
dark
issues, and then this was the finale. I'll even throw out Interstellar Song Contest. Almost every episode this season has had significant issue for me. 7.9, which, as I said, it didn't quite hit an 8, but it was nice enough to watch. 4.5, 7, 7.3, 4, 3.4. Then there's my 9, 9, and 8, 2.5. That's a worse season. The structural things were there. I just straight up, once again, disagree with the fandom. This season was worse than season 1. The individual episodes were generally weaker. I feel when I left season 1, I rarely had a serious critique. I really didn't like Rogue. And of course, there's the finale. But most of this week was here's my fundamental issue with this episode. And it has to be lower. That being said, even the episodes I fundamentally disagree with had elements that I liked. As I'm searching for an example. I mean, this story and Lux were good. This definitely gets points for Lux. Lux doesn't fix the whole season, of course. It is one episode. Heck, Joy was fine. I guess better than what we're going to get this Christmas. Unless there's going to be a surprise Billy Piper thing. I don't know. I almost struggled to go 7 point something. But 6.9 even is going to feel too harsh. This is definitely one of the weaker seasons of Doctor Who for me. Even if we throw the Chibnall out for free. Chibnall era out for free. This is one of the weaker seasons of Doctor Who. And you know what? I want to live with... Because a 6 is a low number.
Yeah, but it's a high 6.
I like that 7.3. I mean, we did so much. We did damage with by generating the Ronnie. We failed on setup from last season. We've made many other episodes kind of worse with this. I think the finale was bad enough. We got to go down to a 6.9.
If Doctor Who can bi-generate, my 6 can bi-generate into a 5 and a 7.
Shut up.
Yeah, sure. There you go. There it is. There's your 7.
Where's the 5?
You want the episode to become a 5?
No, the episode I've decided will be a 6. Putting it out there.
Omega 8-9. There you go. That's what happened. No, I think I can live with that. I'm kind of happy that we as a group average a 7.3. That feels fair. We've lost 0.7 points from last time. IMDb is harsh. I bet if we remove your view bomb, and we're closer to what I have said. But for me, and I think as well, as a fan, the fandom is not in a healthy place at all right now. Which I don't mean that like everyone's toxic. I mean that the show literally does not exist right now. Like, they're gonna renew it, but I believe the first time in 20 years, there's no new Doctor Who commissioned. I don't like this was our generation episode. I don't think I found someone on the post-episode discussion for r/Doctor Who talking about it. I think it was the 5th comment that mentioned Billy Piper is now someone. You saw r/Gallifrey. Everything was negative. Is a soft reboot. This doesn't make sense. I mean, again, we had Jodie in here. This is too much. I know the new people can probably handle it by and large, but this shouldn't have even been pitched as a season 1.
No.
I'd be kind of surprised if Disney leaves, simply how cheap Doctor Who is for them to make. But I also would not be the most surprised if they left it. This is one of their best shows on the platform. From everything publicly available, it seems baffling that Disney would drop this. The BBC would not. It is too important. I think Russell being back is definitely a mistake. I don't think he's suddenly got a bunch of bad habits. I think he's seemingly lost a lot of good ones. And we've been doing the watch-alongs. I've liked what Russell T Davies produced in his first run, despite the same flaws I've been critiquing now. I think we need something big. I don't think the show needs to go on hiatus. I don't think that gives us anything, other than like a bit of time. But that's not a hiatus. I mean, we've had like 2-year gaps before, ignoring a Christmas special. We can just do that. But I think we need to finally split the showrunner into the producer and scriptwriter like it was before. Doctor Who has had problems with the showrunner having to do too much for 20 years. It's always been a problem. And we need to fix that. 2 creative minds would probably help iron out a lot of these rough patches. Someone could point out probably a lot of what we said of Wishworld to Russell T Davies, or 2 minds better than 1. That's the same. And I don't know. I mean, the fandom's discussion's been like, oh, is it canceled or anything for ages? But it just isn't discussion at this point. And that's sad. And I'm going to want to go read some Virgin New Adventures now, I guess. Maybe buy some Big Finish. Get back. I feel like I need to get back into some good Doctor Who. I feel like it's been a bit of a lull. But let's be honest, it hasn't. This was within the last month was a 9 and an 8.25. I don't know. It's that we're just expecting like this is gonna be bad. I knew this was gonna be bad a year ago. The joke for Interstellar Song Contest was gonna be welcome to the last good episode of Doctor Who this year. I think Billy Piper could be very interesting if we do that as a 16th Doctor, but there just isn't a show. Like we can't even speculate because the show hasn't been commissioned yet. There's very little we can do. I hope Doctor Who gets better. That's not a good take to end on.
I think it's the only take to end on.
6.9 for like an overall season with a very bad finale. That is still almost a 7. And I've got, there's good numbers in here. 7s aren't bad. Look at this. These are perfectly fine scores, and that is most of the season. But overall, I think we'd really just have to address the state that the show is in. And yeah, it's not in a good place. I don't know if it's been in a good place since season 6 with like 11, but we're definitely in a bad spot now. And I'm worried because on the horizon is Pete McTighe, who has consistently failed with the Doctor Who scripts he's delivered in my eyes. Maybe he'd be better on his own, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, heck, if Pete McTighe can do consistent characters at least, I think that's really what's missing, is just characters. I'm not going to say there aren't any. Like, Belinda, Ruby definitely have characters, but that whole, everyone in the welcome, like, oh, they're back here. I kind of care about Mel. Not a whole lot, but I kind of do. But, like, Rose, even Kate, the soldier guy, we don't even know his name, Shelley, I don't really care too much about them. If they died next episode, any of them, I'd just kind of be like, all right. I mean, it could be an emotional scene, but I wouldn't be like, oh man, they killed off
I'd
Ruby.
be sad if they killed off Ruby.
She wasn't meant to be included in that. It was all the extras. Yeah, I want a character I really care about.
I cared about Poppy.
You did. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a bit disappointed. But there were absolutely individual episodes that shone, and definitely episodes that were fine. Look at that. 7. These are not bad scores. 6.9 is concerning, but it's not the end of the world. Like, it is, I just couldn't give you a 7. That's what that says. It's like you were just so close. And again, one change, this is speculation, but that one change, Belinda was always a single mother, probably would have turned that 6.9 into a 9. I would have said the finale sucked, but overall that season was very good, and despite its flaws, it hit its key moments, and that is really elevating it for me. We should address Caden. So I have said this before, I don't believe I can do next week. We will be doing our watch-alongs. There's a few things on Sunday. Or do we do Saturday now? We do Sundays. Either way, I couldn't do either day. It doesn't matter. June might be a bit weak for me. 21st, 22nd, there's also something. We'll see how things go. But we, for the immediate future, will be continuing our watch-along. Caden, I hope you're prepared for a Russell T. Davies finale.
Can't wait.
We're going to get back. Don't worry. It's better than these ones. I usually see it cited as the worst of his original 4, but it's leagues beyond either of these. We get into, what is it called? The Sound of Drums and Last of the Time Lords, presumably about 2 weeks. And then we're on to Season 4. Everyone loves Season 4. True. Voyage of the Damned, Partners in Crimes, then I think Fires of Pompeii, might be the good one, but that's David Tennant and Donna. And we're just going to continue. We are going to do 11. I think we talked about this. Depending on how many weeks we miss, I think Amy might be leaving by the end of the year. That's what we're looking at. That might have been vibes, though. We'll definitely be into 11 by December, unless we lose months. Then as we enter next year, the war between the land and the sea. Of course, we still have the Doctor Who spin-off. This doesn't sound good on the table because it goes up on the mics. I learned this. It takes a long time to learn that lesson.
I'll say, too, before we move forward, I will also miss 2 weeks in July, which is half of July.
Right. Maybe we'll just introduce ourselves to 11. But, we'll go through that as the watch-alongs. But War Between the Land and the Sea as we enter next year. We've talked about this. I am sure I will watch the War Between the Land and the Sea. I don't know if we'll strew reviews. I think you're not even sure you'll watch it, though. Is that your thing?
Yeah.
Look at how much the stuff from the last series has come up. It'll probably come up in whatever the next Doctor Who is.
True.
Either way, if we do watch-alongs, I'll probably talk about it for a few minutes at the start of every episode, right? I just don't know. I'm not even sure I'll buy Disney Plus for all 6 weeks, I think it is. I might just wait till it's going to be within a single month of Disney Plus, and then I can't do reviews, of course. But if we don't do War Between the Land and the Sea, we will continue on with our watch-alongs, as I said, and I'll probably briefly mention them because it is worth bringing up. But our watch-alongs, I think we've talked about this, Caden. I don't think we will, but there's a genuine chance that we finish the watch-alongs by the next season of Doctor Who. God knows what we'll do after watch-alongs. We might do 15. It sounds like it'll have been long enough. We might do the movie. We might do another show. We might just be done. But I think either way, we'll keep coming back to do Doctor Who reviews. If Doctor Who is not easily available to Americans, the next season, we might just not be able to stream it. I don't know. I could buy, Sea Devils on iPlayer, or at least rent it. I imagine I would do that because I want to keep up as a fan. I don't know if I could go through BBC America's website, because genuinely being spoiled is better than literally more commercials than episode. It took 3 hours to watch Spyfall, which is an hour long. It's insane. I think it was 150% the amount of commercials compared to episodes. Which, no. But, we will be back. Obviously, I've already say it. The answer is subscribe if you just want to know when we're doing the reviews again. When the episode come out will be another thing. But it's also not great for the show that the upload schedule's been really inconsistent since, season 7. That's when you start getting 2 Christmas specials per season, and we start splitting them in half. So we'll see. But we'll keep doing Doctor Who. And we don't have to really worry about the end of the watch-alongs till Jodie Whittaker's in the thumbnails. Which hopefully we finish her era, but judging by Caden's reaction to Wish World, that might be a bit up in the air. That's the goal, though. That's the goal. So it's going to be a while before we see before we see everyone again in the terms of the review. So anyone have anything to add? 15, season 2. Actually, I do. 100%. One day we're going to learn. Do you want to know why Billie Piper's the Doctor? I'm willing to put this down. I want this one on record. 100%. Whoops, I just broke whodis.xl. I'm going to forget what that was called later in 2 years. But 100%, right? David Tennant is talking to Billie Piper about his experiences with the 60th, how fun it was to go back for a little bit, do the special, right? Step 2. Ncuti Gatwa either informs Davies he is leaving, or if that is a genuine possibility just because of the production realities. Step 3. Billie Piper reaches out to Russell T Davies, just after hearing about David Tennant's experiences, hey, you know what, David Tennant told me that's fun. If you want Rose, whatever, I'm available. I'd love to be on the show again. Step 4, Davies realizing that Billie Piper could be a good new Doctor, possibly because he has 2 months to figure out who the Doctor's going to be. Or because Billie's open, she could do a season, she could do an episode, who knows, maybe we could get Ncuti back there, which, by the way, the Reddits really said they would honestly have rather left it open than do something like this. I quite like that we have the complete chain of Doctor regenerations, but we'll see. That's a tale for the future. I imagine it is something like that. It's timing lining up exactly like that. Because she's also getting back into Rose with Big Finish. That would have probably been about a year or 2 ago. given that they're just about to come out. Yeah, if you didn't know, Rose and Christopher Eccleston, Billy Piper, Christopher Eccleston, in April, either June or April, have got a series of box sets, audio dramas coming out every other month, and then Jody's are coming in the other months, so starting in June for the next 3 years or something. I think till 2027 is what that's slated for. So those are both interesting. And yeah, that's it. Caden, we'll see you next week, trying to decide if you're still a casual or not. I mean, you went to Reddit for discussion. It's really depends on your performance in the Guess the Episode game. Alex, any closing words? I do need a thumbnail from you in a few weeks, because we are rapidly approaching Series 4, as much as it does not feel like it.
You know that to give the thumbnail to me, and I'll work on it within the week.
Yeah. And so I think then I will say thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.